Part Three, Chapter 3, Section 1 of Under Western Eyes, by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 1. Razumov, thus left to himself, took the direction of the gate. But on this day of many conversations he discovered that very probably he could not leave the grounds without having to hold another one. Stepping in view from beyond the lodge appeared the expected visitors of Peter Ivanovitch, a small party composed of two men and a woman. They noticed him too immediately, and stopped short as if to consult. But in a moment the woman, moving aside, motioned with her arm to the two men, who, leaving the drive at once, struck across the large neglected lawn, or rather grass plot, and made directly for the house. The woman remained on the path waiting for Razumov's approach. She had recognized him. He too had recognized her at the first glance. He had been made known to her at Zurich, where he had broken his journey while on his way from Dresden. They had been much together for the 3 days of his stay. She was wearing the very same costume in which he had seen her first. A blouse of crimson silk made her noticeable at a distance. With that she wore a short brown skirt and a leather belt. Her complexion was the color of coffee and milk, but very clear, her eyes black and glittering, her figure erect. A lot of thick hair, nearly white, was done up loosely under a dusty Tyrolese hat of dark cloth, which seemed to have lost some of its trimmings. The expression of her face was grave, intent, so grave that Razumov, after approaching her close, felt obliged to smile. She greeted him with a manly hand grasp. "What? Are you going away?" she exclaimed. "How is that, Razumov?" "I am going away because I haven't been asked to stay," Razumov answered, returning the pressure of her hand with much less force than she had put into it. She jerked her head sideways like one who understands. Meantime Razumov's eyes had strayed after the two men. They were crossing the grass plot obliquely, without haste. The shorter of the two was buttoned up in a narrow overcoat of some thin gray material, which came nearly to his heels. His companion, much taller and broader, wore a short, close-fitting jacket, and tight trousers tucked into shabby top boots. The woman, who had sent them out of Razumov's way apparently, spoke in a business-like voice. "I had to come rushing from Zurich on purpose to meet the train, and take these two along here to see Peter Ivanovitch. I've just managed it." "Ah, indeed," Razumov said perfunctorily, and very vexed at her staying behind to talk to him. "From Zurich. Yes, of course. And these two, they come from...." She interrupted without emphasis. "From quite another direction. From a distance, too. A considerable distance." Razumov shrugged his shoulders. The two men from a distance, after having reached the wall of the terrace, disappeared suddenly at its foot as if the earth had opened to swallow them up. "Oh, well, they have just come from America." The woman in the crimson blouse shrugged her shoulders too, a little, before making that statement. "The time is drawing near," she interjected, as if speaking to herself. "I did not tell them who you were. Yakovlitch would have wanted to embrace you." "Is that he with the wisp of hair hanging from his chin, in the long coat?" "You've guessed aright. That's Yakovlitch." "And they could not find their way here from the station without you coming on purpose from Zurich to show it to them? Verily, without women we can do nothing. So it stands written, and apparently so it is." He was conscious of an immense lassitude under his effort to be sarcastic, and he could see that she had detected it with those steady, brilliant black eyes. "What is the matter with you?" "I don't know. Nothing. I've had a devil of a day." She waited with her black eyes fixed on his face. Then "What of that? You men are so impressionable and self conscious. One day is like another, hard, hard, and there's an end of it, till the great day comes. I came over for a very good reason. They wrote to warn Peter Ivanovitch of their arrival, but where from? Only from Cherbourg on a bit of ship's notepaper. Anybody could have done that. Yakovlitch has lived for years and years in America. I am the only one at hand who had known him well in the old days. I knew him very well indeed. So Peter Ivanovitch telegraphed asking me to come. It's natural enough, is it not?" "You came to vouch for his identity?" inquired Razumov. "Yes. Something of the kind. 15 years of a life like his make changes in a man. Lonely, like a crow in a strange country. When I think of Yakovlitch before he went to America...." The softness of the low tone caused Razumov to glance at her sideways. She sighed. Her black eyes were looking away. She had plunged the fingers of her right hand deep into the mass of nearly white hair and stirred them there absently. When she withdrew her hand the little hat perched on the top of her head remained slightly tilted, with a queer inquisitive effect, contrasting strongly with a reminiscent murmur that escaped her. "We were not in our first youth even then. But a man is a child always." Razumov thought suddenly, "They have been living together." Then aloud, "Why didn't you follow him to America?" he asked point blank. She looked up at him with a perturbed air. "Don't you remember what was going on 15 years ago? It was a time of activity. The revolution has its history by this time. You are in it, and yet you don't seem to know it. Yakovlitch went away then on a mission. I went back to Russia. It had to be so. Afterwards there was nothing for him to come back to." "Ah, indeed," muttered Razumov, with affected surprise. "Nothing." "What are you trying to insinuate?" she exclaimed quickly. "Well, and what then if he did get discouraged a little? He looks like a Yankee with that goatee hanging from his chin. A regular Uncle Sam," growled Razumov. "Well, and you? You who went to Russia? You did not get discouraged." "Never mind. Yakovlitch is a man who cannot be doubted. He, at any rate, is the right sort." Her black, penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Razumov while she spoke, and for a moment afterwards. "Pardon me," Razumov inquired coldly, "but does it mean that you, for instance, think that I am not the right sort?" She made no protest, gave no sign of having heard the question. She continued looking at him in a manner which he judged not to be absolutely unfriendly. In Zurich, when he passed through, she had taken him under her charge, in a way, and was with him from morning till night during his stay of 2 days. She took him round to see several people. At first she talked to him a great deal and rather unreservedly, but always avoiding all reference to herself. Towards the middle of the second day she fell silent, attending him zealously as before, and even seeing him off at the railway station, where she pressed his hand firmly through the lowered carriage window, and, stepping back without a word, waited till the train moved. He had noticed that she was treated with quiet regard. He knew nothing of her parentage, nothing of her private history or political record. He judged her from his own private point of view, as being a distinct danger in his path. Judged is not perhaps the right word. It was more of a feeling, the summing up of slight impressions, aided by the discovery that he could not despise her as he despised all the others. He had not expected to see her again so soon. No, decidedly, her expression was not unfriendly. Yet he perceived an acceleration in the beat of his heart. The conversation could not be abandoned at that point. He went on in accents of scrupulous inquiry. "Is it perhaps because I don't seem to accept blindly every development of the general doctrine, such, for instance, as the feminism of our great Peter Ivanovitch? If that is what makes me suspect, then I can only say I would scorn to be a slave even to an idea." She had been looking at him all the time, not as a listener looks at one, but as if the words he chose to say were only of secondary interest. When he finished she slipped her hand, by a sudden and decided movement, under his arm and impelled him gently towards the gate of the grounds. He felt her firmness and obeyed the impulsion at once, just as the other two men had, a moment before, obeyed unquestioningly the wave of her hand. They made a few steps like this. "No, Razumov, your ideas are probably all right," she said. "You may be valuable, very valuable. What's the matter with you is that you don't like us." She released him. He met her with a frosty smile. "Am I expected then to have love as well as convictions?" She shrugged her shoulders. "You know very well what I mean. People have been thinking you not quite whole hearted. I have heard that opinion from one side and another. But I have understood you at the end of the first day." Razumov interrupted her, speaking steadily. "I assure you that your perspicacity is at fault here." "What phrases he uses!" she exclaimed parenthetically. "Ah, Kirylo Sidorovitch, you like other men are fastidious, full of self love, and afraid of trifles. Moreover, you had no training. What you want is to be taken in hand by some woman. I am sorry I am not staying here a few days. I am going back to Zurich to morrow, and shall take Yakovlitch with me, most likely." This information relieved Razumov. "I am sorry too," he said, "but all the same I don't think you understand me." He breathed more freely. She did not protest, but asked, And how did you get on with Peter Ivanovitch? You have seen a good deal of each other. How is it between you two?" Not knowing what answer to make, the young man inclined his head slowly. Her lips had been parted in expectation. She pressed them together and seemed to reflect. "That's all right." This had a sound of finality, but she did not leave him. It was impossible to guess what she had in her mind. Razumov muttered, "It is not of me that you should have asked that question. In a moment you shall see Peter Ivanovitch himself, and the subject will come up naturally. He will be curious to know what has delayed you so long in this garden." "No doubt Peter Ivanovitch will have something to say to me. Several things. He may even speak of you, question me. Peter Ivanovitch is inclined to trust me generally." "Question you? That's very likely." She smiled, half serious. "Well, and what shall I say to him?" "I don't know. You may tell him of your discovery." "What's that?" "Why, my lack of love for "Oh, that's between ourselves," she interrupted. It was hard to say whether in jest or earnest. "I see that you want to tell Peter Ivanovitch something in my favour," said Razumov, with grim playfulness. "Well, then, you can tell him that I am very much in earnest about my mission. I mean to succeed." "You have been given a mission?" she exclaimed quickly. "It amounts to that. I have been told to bring about a certain event." She looked at him searchingly. "A mission," she repeated, very grave and interested all at once. "What sort of mission?" "Something in the nature of propaganda work." "Ah! Far away from here?" "No, not very far," said Razumov, restraining a sudden desire to laugh, although he did not feel joyous in the least. "So," she said thoughtfully. "Well, I am not asking questions. It's sufficient that Peter Ivanovitch should know what each of us is doing. Everything is bound to come right in the end." "You think so?" "I don't think, young man. I just simply believe it." "And is it to Peter Ivanovitch that you owe that faith?" She did not answer the question, and they stood idle, silent, as if reluctant to part with each other. "That's just like a man," she murmured at last. "As if it were possible to tell how a belief comes to one." Her thin Mephistophelian eyebrows moved a little. "Truly there are millions of people in Russia who would envy the life of dogs in this country. It is a horror and a shame to confess this, even between ourselves. One must believe for very pity. This can't go on. No! It can't go on. For 20 years I have been coming and going, looking neither to the left nor to the right. What are you smiling to yourself for? You are only at the beginning. You have begun well, but you just wait till you have trodden every particle of yourself under your feet in your comings and goings. For that is what it comes to. You've got to trample down every particle of your own feelings. For stop you cannot, you must not. I have been young too, but perhaps you think that I am complaining, eh?" "I don't think anything of the sort," protested Razumov indifferently. "I dare say you don't, you dear superior creature. You don't care." She plunged her fingers into the bunch of hair on the left side, and that brusque movement had the effect of setting the Tyrolese hat straight on her head. She frowned under it, without animosity, in the manner of an investigator. Razumov averted his face carelessly. "You men are all alike. You mistake luck for merit. You do it in good faith, too. I would not be too hard on you. It's masculine nature. You men are ridiculously pitiful in your aptitude to cherish childish illusions down to the very grave. There are a lot of us who have been at work for 15 years, I mean constantly, trying one way after another, underground and above ground, looking neither to the right nor to the left. I can talk about it. I have been one of these that never rested. There! What's the use of talking? Look at my grey hairs. And here two babies come along I mean you and Haldin. You come along and manage to strike a blow at the very first try." At the name of Haldin falling from the rapid and energetic lips of the woman revolutionist, Razumov had the usual brusque consciousness of the irrevocable. But in all the months which had passed over his head he had become hardened to the experience. The consciousness was no longer accompanied by the blank dismay and the blind anger of the early days. He had argued himself into new beliefs, and he had made for himself a mental atmosphere of gloomy and sardonic reverie, a sort of murky medium through which the event appeared like a featureless shadow having vaguely the shape of a man, a shape extremely familiar, yet utterly inexpressive, except for its air of discreet waiting in the dusk. It was not alarming. "What was he like?" the woman revolutionist asked unexpectedly. "What was he like?" echoed Razumov, making a painful effort not to turn upon her savagely. But he relieved himself by laughing a little, while he stole a glance at her out of the corners of his eyes. This reception of her inquiry disturbed her. "How like a woman," he went on. "What is the good of concerning yourself with his appearance? Whatever it was, he is removed beyond all feminine influences now." A frown, making three folds at the root of her nose, accentuated the Mephistophelian slant of her eyebrows. "You suffer, Razumov," she suggested, in her low, confident voice. "What nonsense!" Razumov faced the woman fairly. "But now I think of it, I am not sure that he is beyond the influence of one woman at least. The one over there Madame de S , you know. Formerly the dead were allowed to rest, but now it seems they are at the beck and call of a crazy old harridan. We revolutionists make wonderful discoveries. It is true that they are not exactly our own. We have nothing of our own. But couldn't the friend of Peter Ivanovitch satisfy your feminine curiosity? Couldn't she conjure him up for you?" He jested like a man in pain. Her concentrated frowning expression relaxed, and she said, a little wearily "Let us hope she will make an effort and conjure up some tea for us. But that is by no means certain. I am tired, Razumov." "You tired? What a confession! Well, there has been tea up there. I had some. If you hurry on after Yakovlitch, instead of wasting your time with such an unsatisfactory, sceptical person as myself, you may find the ghost of it, the cold ghost of it, still lingering in the temple. But as to you being tired, I can hardly believe it. We are not supposed to be. We mustn't. We can't. The other day I read in some paper or other an alarmist article on the tireless activity of the revolutionary parties. It impresses the world. It's our prestige." "He flings out continually these flouts and sneers," the woman in the crimson blouse spoke, as if appealing quietly to a third person, but her black eyes never left Razumov's face. "And what for, pray? Simply because some of his conventional notions are shocked? Some of his petty masculine standards? You might think he was one of these nervous sensitives that come to a bad end. And yet," she went on, after a short reflective pause and changing the mode of her address, "and yet I have just learned something which makes me think you are a man of character, Kirylo Sidorovitch. Yes, indeed, you are." The mysterious positiveness of this assertion startled Razumov. Their eyes met. He looked away and, through the bars of the rusty gate, stared at the clean, wide road shaded by the leafy trees. An electric tram car, quite empty, ran along the avenue with a metallic rustle. It seemed to him he would have given anything to be sitting inside all alone. He was inexpressibly weary, weary in every fibre of his body, but he had a reason for not being the first to break off the conversation. At any instant, in the visionary and criminal babble of revolutionists, some momentous words might fall on his ear, from her lips, from anybody's lips. As long as he managed to preserve a clear mind, and to keep down his irritability, there was nothing to fear. The only condition of success and safety was indomitable will power, he reminded himself. He longed to be on the other side of the bars, as though he were actually a prisoner within the grounds of this centre of revolutionary plot, of this house of folly, of blindness, of villainy and crime. Silently he indulged his wounded spirit in a feeling of immense moral and mental remoteness. He did not even smile when he heard her repeat the words "Yes, a strong character." He continued to gaze through the bars like a moody prisoner, not thinking of escape, but merely pondering upon the faded memories of freedom. "If you don't look out," he mumbled, still looking away, "you shall certainly miss seeing as much as the mere ghost of that tea." She was not to be shaken off in such a way. As a matter of fact he had not expected to succeed. "Never mind. It will be no great loss. I mean the missing of her tea, and only the ghost of it at that. As to the lady, you must understand that she has her positive uses. See that, Razumov." He turned his head at this imperative appeal, and saw the woman revolutionist making the motions of counting money into the palm of her hand. "That's what it is, you see?" Razumov uttered a slow "I see," and returned to his prisoner like gazing upon the neat and shady road. "Material means must be obtained in some way, and this is easier than breaking into banks. More certain too. There, I am joking. What is he muttering to himself now?" she cried under her breath. My admiration of Peter Ivanovitch's devoted self‐sacrifice, that's all. It's enough to make one sick." "Oh, you squeamish masculine creature. Sick? Makes him sick. And what do you know of the truth of it? There's no looking into the secrets of the heart. Peter Ivanovitch knew her years ago, in his worldly days, when he was a young officer in the Guards. It is not for us to judge an inspired person. That's where you men have an advantage. You are inspired sometimes both in thought and action. I have always admitted that when you are inspired, when you manage to throw off your masculine cowardice and prudishness, you are not to be equalled by us. Only how seldom! Whereas the silliest woman can always be made of use. And why? Because we have passion, unappeasable passion. I should like to know what he is smiling at." "I am not smiling," protested Razumov gloomily. "Well, how is one to call it? You made some sort of face. Yes, I know. You men can love here and hate there and desire something or other, and you make a great to do about it, and you call it passion. Yes, while it lasts. But we women are in love, and with hate, with these very things I tell you, and with desire itself. That's why we can't be bribed off so easily as you men. In life, you see, there is not much choice. You have either to rot or to burn. And there is not one of us, painted or unpainted, that would not rather burn than rot." She spoke with energy, but in a matter of fact tone. Razumov's attention had wandered away on a track of its own, outside the bars of the gate, but not out of earshot. He stuck his hands into the pockets of his coat. Rot or burn. Powerfully stated. Painted or unpainted. Very vigorous. Painted or... Do tell me, she would be infernally jealous of him, wouldn't she? Who? What? The Baroness? Eleanor Maximovna? Jealous of Peter Ivanovitch? Heavens! Are these the questions the man's mind is running on? Such a thing is not to be thought of. Why? Can't a wealthy old woman be jealous? Or are they all pure spirits together? But what put it into your head to ask such a question, she wondered. Nothing. I just asked. Masculine frivolity, if you like. "I don't like," she retorted at once. "It is not the time to be frivolous. What are you flinging your very heart against? Or perhaps you are only playing a part." End of Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 2 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 2. Razumov had felt that woman's observation of him like a physical contact, like a hand resting lightly on his shoulder. At that moment he received the mysterious impression of her having made up her mind for a closer grip. He stiffened himself inwardly to bear it without betraying himself. "Playing a part," he repeated, presenting to her an unmoved profile. "It must be done very badly, since you see through the assumption." She watched him, her forehead drawn into perpendicular folds, the thin black eyebrows diverging upwards like the antennae of an insect. He added hardly audibly, "You are mistaken. I am doing it no more than the rest of us." "Who is doing it?" she snapped out. "Who? Everybody," he said impatiently. "You are a materialist, aren't you?" "Eh! My dear soul, I have outlived all that nonsense." "But you must remember the definition of Cabanis. Man is a digestive tube. I imagine now I spit on him." "What? On Cabanis? All right. But you can't ignore the importance of a good digestion. The joy of life you know the joy of life depends on a sound stomach, whereas a bad digestion inclines one to scepticism, breeds black fancies and thoughts of death. These are facts ascertained by physiologists. Well, I assure you that ever since I came over from Russia I have been stuffed with indigestible foreign concoctions of the most nauseating kind. Pah!" "You are joking," she murmured incredulously. He assented in a detached way. "Yes, it is all a joke. It's hardly worth while talking to a man like me. Yet for that very reason men have been known to take their own life." "On the contrary, I think it is worth while talking to you." He kept her in the corner of his eye. She seemed to be thinking out some scathing retort, but ended by only shrugging her shoulders slightly. "Shallow talk. I suppose one must pardon this weakness in you," she said, putting a special accent on the last word. There was something anxious in her indulgent conclusion. Razumov noted the slightest shades in this conversation which he had not expected, for which he was not prepared. That was it. "I was not prepared," he said to himself. "It has taken me unawares." It seemed to him that if he only could allow himself to pant openly like a dog for a time, this oppression would pass away. "I shall never be found prepared," he thought with despair. He laughed a little, saying as lightly as he could, "Thanks. I don't ask for mercy." Then, affecting a playful uneasiness, "But aren't you afraid Peter Ivanovitch might suspect us of plotting something unauthorized together by the gate here?" "No, I am not afraid. You are quite safe from suspicions while you are with me, my dear young man." The humorous gleam in her black eyes went out. "Peter Ivanovitch trusts me," she went on quite austerely. "He takes my advice. I am his right hand, as it were, in certain most important things. That amuses you, what? Do you think I am boasting?" "God forbid. I was just only saying to myself that Peter Ivanovitch seems to have solved the woman question pretty completely." Even as he spoke he reproached himself for his words, for his tone. All day long he had been saying the wrong things. It was folly, worse than folly. It was weakness. It was this disease of perversity overcoming his will. Was this the way to meet speeches which certainly contained the promise of future confidences from that woman who apparently had a great store of secret knowledge and so much influence? Why give her this puzzling impression? But she did not seem inimical. There was no anger in her voice. It was strangely speculative. "One does not know what to think, Razumov. You must have bitten something bitter in your cradle." Razumov gave her a sidelong glance. "H'm. Something bitter? That's an explanation," he muttered. "Only it was much later. And don't you think, Sophia Antonovna, that you and I come from the same cradle?" The woman, whose name he had forced himself at last to pronounce (he had experienced a strong repugnance in letting it pass his lips), the woman revolutionist murmured after a pause "You mean Russia?" He disdained even to nod. She seemed softened, her black eyes very still, as though she were pursuing the simile in her thoughts to all its tender associations. But suddenly she knitted her brows in a Mephistophelian frown. "Yes. Perhaps no wonder then. Yes. One lies there lapped up in evils, watched over by beings that are worse than ogres, ghouls, and vampires. They must be driven away, destroyed utterly. In regard of that task nothing else matters, if men and women are determined and faithful. That's how I came to feel in the end. The great thing is not to quarrel amongst ourselves about all sorts of conventional trifles. Remember that, Razumov." Razumov was not listening. He had even lost the sense of being watched in a sort of heavy tranquillity. His uneasiness, his exasperation, his scorn were blunted at last by all these trying hours. It seemed to him that now they were blunted for ever. "I am a match for them all," he thought, with a conviction too firm to be exulting. The woman revolutionist had ceased speaking. He was not looking at her. There was no one passing along the road. He almost forgot that he was not alone. He heard her voice again, curt, businesslike, and yet betraying the hesitation which had been the real reason of her prolonged silence. "I say, Razumov." Razumov, whose face was turned away from her, made a grimace like a man who hears a false note. "Tell me, is it true that on the very morning of the deed you actually attended the lectures at the University?" An appreciable fraction of a second elapsed before the real import of the question reached him, like a bullet which strikes some time after the flash of the fired shot. Luckily his disengaged hand was ready to grip a bar of the gate. He held it with a terrible force, but his presence of mind was gone. He could make only a sort of gurgling, grumpy sound. "Come, Kirylo Sidorovitch," she urged him. "I know you are not a boastful man. That one must say for you. You are a silent man. Too silent, perhaps. You are feeding on some bitterness of your own. You are not an enthusiast. You are perhaps all the stronger for that. But you might tell me. One would like to understand you a little more. I was so immensely struck. Have you really done it?" He got his voice back. The shot had missed him. It had been fired at random altogether, more like a signal for coming to close quarters. It was to be a plain struggle for self preservation, and she was a dangerous adversary too. But he was ready for battle. He was so ready that when he turned towards her not a muscle of his face moved. "Certainly," he said, without animation, secretly strung up, but perfectly sure of himself. "Lectures, certainly. But what makes you ask?" It was she who was animated. "I had it in a letter written by a young man in Petersburg. One of us, of course. You were seen, you were observed with your notebook, impassible, taking notes." He enveloped her with his fixed stare. "What of that?" "I call such coolness superb, that's all. It is a proof of uncommon strength of character. The young man writes that nobody could have guessed from your face and manner the part you had played only some 2 hours before, the great, momentous, glorious part." "Oh no, nobody could have guessed," assented Razumov gravely. "Because, don't you see, nobody at that time...." "Yes, yes. But all the same you are a man of exceptional fortitude, it seems. You looked exactly as usual. It was remembered afterwards with wonder." "It cost me no effort," Razumov declared, with the same staring gravity. "Then it's almost more wonderful still!" she exclaimed, and fell silent while Razumov asked himself whether he had not said there something utterly unnecessary or even worse. She raised her head eagerly. "Your intention was to stay in Russia? You had planned?" "No," interrupted Razumov without haste. "I had made no plans of any sort." "You just simply walked away?" she struck in. He bowed his head in slow assent. "Simply yes." He had gradually released his hold on the bar of the gate, as though he had acquired the conviction that no random shot could knock him over now. And suddenly he was inspired to add, "The snow was coming down very thick, you know." She had a slight appreciative movement of the head, like an expert in such enterprises, very interested, capable of taking every point professionally. Razumov remembered something he had heard. "I turned into a narrow side street, you understand," he went on negligently, and paused as if it were not worth talking about. Then he remembered another detail and dropped it before her, like a disdainful dole to her curiosity. "I felt inclined to lie down and go to sleep there." She clicked her tongue at that symptom, very struck indeed. Then "But the notebook the amazing notebook, man! You don't mean to say you had put it in your pocket beforehand?" she cried. Razumov gave a start. It might have been a sign of impatience. "I went home straight home to my rooms," he said distinctly. The coolness of the man! You dared? "Why not? I assure you I was perfectly calm. Ha! Calmer than I am now, perhaps." "I like you much better as you are now than when you indulged that bitter vein of yours, Razumov. And nobody in the house saw you return, eh? That might have appeared queer." "No one," Razumov said firmly. "Dvornik, landlady, girl, all out of the way. I went up like a shadow. It was a murky morning. The stairs were dark. I glided up like a phantom. Fate? Luck? What do you think?" "I just see it." The eyes of the woman revolutionist snapped darkly. "Well, and then you considered...." Razumov had it all ready in his head. "No. I looked at my watch, since you want to know. There was just time. I took that notebook and ran down the stairs on tiptoe. Have you ever listened to the pit pat of a man running round and round the shaft of a deep staircase? They have a gas light at the bottom, burning night and day. I suppose it's gleaming down there now. The sound dies out, the flame winks." He noticed the vacillation of surprise passing over the steady curiosity of the black eyes fastened on his face, as if the woman revolutionist received the sound of his voice into her pupils instead of her ears. He checked himself, passed his hand over his forehead, confused, like a man who has been dreaming aloud. "Where could a student be running if not to his lectures in the morning? At night it's another matter. I did not care if all the house had been there to look at me. But I don't suppose there was any one. It's best not to be seen or heard. Ah! The people that are neither seen nor heard are the lucky ones in Russia. Don't you admire my luck?" "Astonishing," she said. "If you have luck as well as determination, then indeed you are likely to turn out an invaluable acquisition for the work in hand." Her tone was earnest, and it seemed to Razumov that it was speculative, even as though she were already apportioning him in her mind his share of the work. Her eyes were cast down. He waited, not very alert now, but with the grip of the ever present danger giving him an air of attentive gravity. Who could have written about him in that letter from Petersburg? A fellow student, surely. Some imbecile victim of revolutionary propaganda. Some foolish slave of foreign, subversive ideals. A long, famine-stricken, red-nosed figure presented itself to his mental search. That must have been the fellow. He smiled inwardly at the absolute wrong headedness of the whole thing. the self-deception of a criminal idealist shattering his existence like a thunderclap out of a clear sky, and re-echoing amongst the wreckage and the false assumptions of those other fools. Fancy that hungry and piteous imbecile furnishing to the curiosity of the revolutionist refugees this utterly fantastic detail. He appreciated it as by no means constituting a danger. On the contrary, as things stood it was for his advantage rather, a piece of sinister luck which had only to be accepted with proper caution. "And yet, Razumov," he heard the musing voice of the woman, "you have not the face of a lucky man." She raised her eyes with renewed interest. "And so that was the way of it. After doing your work you simply walked off and made for your rooms. That sort of thing succeeds sometimes. I suppose it was agreed beforehand that once the business over each of you would go his own way?" Razumov preserved the seriousness of his expression and the deliberate if cautious manner of speaking. "Was not that the best thing to do?" he asked in a dispassionate tone. "And anyway," he added after waiting a moment, "we did not give much thought to what would come after. We never discussed formally any line of conduct. It was understood, I think." She approved his statement with slight nods. "You, of course, wished to remain in Russia?" "In St. Petersburg itself," emphasized Razumov. "It was the only safe course for me. And moreover I had nowhere else to go." "Yes, yes, I know clearly. And the other this wonderful Haldin appearing only to be regretted you don't know what he intended?" Razumov had foreseen that such a question would certainly come to meet him sooner or later. He raised his hands a little and let them fall helplessly by his side. Nothing more. It was the white haired woman conspirator who was the first to break the silence. "Very curious," she pronounced slowly. "And you did not think, Kirylo Sidorovitch, that he might perhaps wish to get in touch with you again?" Razumov discovered that he could not suppress the trembling of his lips, but he thought that he owed it to himself to speak. A negative sign would not do again. Speak he must, if only to get at the bottom of what that St. Petersburg letter might have contained. "I stayed at home next day," he said, bending down a little and plunging his glance into the black eyes of the woman, so that she should not observe the trembling of his lips. "Yes, I stayed at home. As my actions are remembered and written about, then perhaps you are aware that I was not seen at the lectures next day? Eh? You didn't know? Well, I stopped at home the livelong day." As if moved by his agitated tone, she murmured a sympathetic "I see. It must have been trying enough." "You seem to understand one's feelings," said Razumov steadily. "It was trying, it was horrible, it was an atrocious day. It was not the last." "Yes, I understand. Afterwards, when you heard they had got him. Don't I know how one feels after losing a comrade in the good fight? One's ashamed of being left. And I can remember so many. Never mind. They shall be avenged before long. And what is death? At any rate, it is not a shameful thing like some kinds of life." Razumov felt something stir in his breast, a sort of feeble and unpleasant tremor. "Some kinds of life?" he repeated, looking at her searchingly. "The subservient, submissive life. Life? No! Vegetation on the filthy heap of iniquity which the world is. Life, Razumov, not to be vile, must be a revolt, a pitiless protest all the time." She calmed down, the gleam of suffused tears in her eyes dried out instantly by the heat of her passion. And it was in her capable businesslike manner that she went on. "You understand me, Razumov. You are not an enthusiast, but there is an immense force of revolt in you. I felt it from the first, directly I set my eyes on you. You remember, in Zurich. Oh, you are full of bitter revolt. That is good. Indignation flags sometimes. Revenge itself may become a weariness. But that uncompromising sense of necessity and justice which armed your and Haldin's hands to strike down that fanatical brute, for it was that, nothing but that. I have been thinking it out. It could have been nothing else but that." Razumov made a slight bow, the irony of which was concealed by an almost sinister immobility of feature. "I can't speak for the dead. As for myself, I can assure you that my conduct was dictated by necessity and by the sense of well, retributive justice." "Good, that," he said to himself, while her eyes rested upon him, black and impenetrable like the mental caverns where revolutionary thought should sit plotting the violent way of its dream of changes. As if anything could be changed! In this world of men nothing can be changed, neither happiness nor misery. They can only be displaced at the cost of corrupted consciences and broken lives. a futile game for arrogant philosophers and sanguinary triflers. Those thoughts darted through Razumov's head while he stood facing the old revolutionary hand, the respected, trusted, and influential Sophia Antonovna, whose word has such a weight in the "active" section of every party. She was much more representative than the great Peter Ivanovitch. Stripped of rhetoric, mysticism, and theories, she was the true spirit of destructive revolution. And she was the personal adversary he had to meet. It gave him a feeling of triumphant pleasure to deceive her out of her own mouth. The epigrammatic saying that speech has been given to us for the purpose of concealing our thoughts came into his mind. Of that cynical theory this was a very subtle and a very scornful application, flouting in its own words the very spirit of ruthless revolution embodied in that woman with her white hair and black eyebrows, like slightly sinuous lines of Indian ink, drawn together by the perpendicular folds of a thoughtful frown. "That's it. Retributive. No pity," was the conclusion of her silence. And this once broken she went on impulsively in short, vibrating sentences. "Listen to my story, Razumov." Her father was a clever but unlucky artisan. No joy had lighted up his laborious days. He died at 50. All the years of his life he had panted under the thumb of masters whose rapacity exacted from him the price of the water, of the salt, of the very air he breathed; taxed the sweat of his brow and claimed the blood of his sons. No protection, no guidance. What had society to say to him? Be submissive and be honest. If you rebel I shall kill you. If you steal I shall imprison you. But if you suffer I have nothing for you. Nothing except perhaps a beggarly dole of bread. But no consolation for your trouble, no respect for your manhood, no pity for the sorrows of your miserable life. And so he laboured, he suffered, and he died. He died in the hospital. Standing by the common grave she thought of his tormented existence. She saw it whole. She reckoned the simple joys of life, the birthright of the humblest, of which his gentle heart had been robbed by the crime of a society which nothing can absolve. "Yes, Razumov," she continued, in an impressive lowered voice, "it was like a lurid light in which I stood, still almost a child, and cursed, not the toil, not the misery which had been his lot, but the great social iniquity of the system resting on unrequited toil and unpitied sufferings. From that moment I was a revolutionist." Razumov, trying to raise himself above the dangerous weaknesses of contempt or compassion, had preserved an impassive countenance. She, with an unaffected touch of mere bitterness, the first he could notice since he had come in contact with the woman, went on. "As I could not go to the church, where the priests of the system exhorted such unconsidered vermin as I to resignation, I went to the secret societies as soon as I knew how to find my way. I was 16 years old, no more, Razumov, and look at my white hair." In these last words there was neither pride nor sadness. The bitterness, too, was gone. "There is a lot of it. I had always magnificent hair, even as a chit of a girl. Only at that time we were cutting it short and thinking that there was the first step towards crushing the social infamy. 'Crush the infamy,' a fine watchword. I would placard it on the walls of prisons and palaces, carve it on hard rocks, hang it out in letters of fire on that empty sky for a sign of hope and terror, a portent of the end." "You are eloquent, Sophia Antonovna," Razumov interrupted suddenly. "Only so far you seem to have been writing it in water." She was checked but not offended. "Who knows? Very soon it may become a fact written all over that great land of ours," she hinted meaningly. "And then one would have lived long enough. White hair won't matter." Razumov looked at her white hair, and this mark of so many uneasy years seemed nothing but a testimony to the invincible vigour of revolt. It threw out into an astonishing relief the unwrinkled face, the brilliant black glance, the upright compact figure, the simple, brisk self possession of the mature personality, as though in her revolutionary pilgrimage she had discovered the secret not of everlasting youth but of everlasting endurance. How un Russian she looked, thought Razumov. Her mother might have been a Jewess or an Armenian or devil knew what. He reflected that a revolutionist is seldom true to the settled type. All revolt is the expression of strong individualism, ran his thought vaguely. One can tell them a mile off in any society, in any surroundings. It was astonishing that the police "We shall not meet again very soon, I think," she was saying. "I am leaving to morrow." "For Zurich?" Razumov asked casually, but feeling relieved, not from any distinct apprehension, but from a feeling of stress, as if after a wrestling match. "Yes, Zurich. And farther on, perhaps, much farther. Another journey. When I think of all my journeys! The last must come some day. Never mind, Razumov, we had to have a good long talk. I would have certainly tried to see you if we had not met. Peter Ivanovitch knows where you live? Yes. I meant to have asked him, but it's better like this. You see, we expect 2 more men, and I had much rather wait here talking with you than up there at the house with..." Having cast a glance beyond the gate she interrupted herself. "Here they are," she said rapidly. "Well, Kirylo Sidorovitch, we shall have to say good bye presently." End of Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 1 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 1. In his incertitude of the ground on which he stood, Razumov felt perturbed. Turning his head quickly he saw 2 men on the opposite side of the road. Seeing themselves noticed by Sophia Antonovna, they crossed over at once and passed one after another through the little gate by the side of the empty lodge. They looked hard at the stranger, but without mistrust, the crimson blouse being a flaring safety signal. The first great white hairless face, double chin, prominent stomach, which he seemed to carry forward consciously within a strongly distended overcoat, only nodded and averted his eyes peevishly. His companion, lean, flushed cheekbones, a military red moustache below a sharp, salient nose, approached at once Sophia Antonovna, greeting her warmly. His voice was very strong but inarticulate. It sounded like a deep buzzing. The woman revolutionist was quietly cordial. "This is Razumov," she announced in a clear voice. The lean newcomer made an eager half turn. "He will want to embrace me," thought our young man with a deep recoil of all his being, while his limbs seemed too heavy to move. But it was a groundless alarm. He had to do now with a generation of conspirators who did not kiss each other on both cheeks, and raising an arm that felt like lead, he dropped his hand into a largely outstretched palm, fleshless and hot, as if dried up by fever, giving a bony pressure, expressive, seeming to say, "Between us there's no need of words." The man had big, wide open eyes. Razumov fancied he could see a smile behind their sadness. "This is Razumov," Sophia Antonovna repeated loudly for the benefit of the fat man, who at some distance displayed the profile of his stomach. No one moved. Everything, sounds, attitudes, movements, and immobility seemed to be part of an experiment, the result of which was a thin voice piping with comic peevishness, "Oh yes, Razumov. We've been hearing of nothing but Mr. Razumov for months. For my part, I confess I would rather have seen Haldin on this spot instead of Mr. Razumov." The squeaky stress put on the name Razumov, Mr. Razumov, pierced the ear ridiculously, like the falsetto of a circus clown beginning an elaborate joke. Astonishment was Razumov's first response, followed by sudden indignation. "What's the meaning of this?" he asked in a stern tone. "Tut! Silliness! He's always like that." Sophia Antonovna was obviously vexed. But she dropped the information Necator from her lips just loud enough to be heard by Razumov. The abrupt squeaks of the fat man seemed to proceed from that thing like a balloon he carried under his overcoat. The stolidity of his attitude, the big feet, the lifeless, hanging hands, the enormous, bloodless cheek, the thin wisps of hair straggling down the fat nape of the neck, fascinated Razumov into a stare on the verge of horror and laughter. Nikita, surnamed Necator, with a sinister aptness of alliteration. Razumov had heard of him. He had heard so much since crossing the frontier of these celebrities of the militant revolution, the legends, the stories, the authentic chronicle, which now and then peeps out before a half incredulous world. Razumov had heard of him. He was supposed to have killed more gendarmes and police agents than any revolutionist living. He had been entrusted with executions. The paper with the letters N.N., the very pseudonym of murder, found pinned on the stabbed breast of a certain notorious spy, this picturesque detail of a sensational murder case had got into the newspapers, was the mark of his handiwork. By order of the committee, N.N. A corner of the curtain lifted to strike the imagination of the gaping world. He was said to have been innumerable times in and out of Russia, the Necator of bureaucrats, of provincial governors, of obscure informers. He lived between whiles. Razumov had heard on the shores of the Lake of Como, with a charming wife devoted to the cause and two young children. But how could that creature, so grotesque as to set town dogs barking at its mere sight, go about on those deadly errands and slip through the meshes of the police? "What now? What now?" the voice squeaked. "I am only sincere. It's not denied that the other was the leading spirit. Well, it would have been better if he had been the one spared to us. More useful. I am not a sentimentalist. Say what I think. Only natural." Squeak, 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 without a gesture, without a stir, the horrible squeaky burlesque of professional jealousy. This man of a sinister, alliterative nickname, this executioner of revolutionary verdicts, the terrifying N.N., exasperated like a fashionable tenor by the attention attracted to the performance of an obscure amateur. Sophia Antonovna shrugged her shoulders. The comrade with the martial red moustache hurried towards Razumov full of conciliatory intentions in his strong, buzzing voice. "Devil take it! And in this place too, in the public street, so to speak. But you can see yourself how it is. One of his fantastic sallies, absolutely of no consequence." "Pray don't concern yourself," cried Razumov, going off into a long fit of laughter. "Don't mention it." The other, his hectic flush like a pair of burns on his cheek bones, stared for a moment and burst out laughing too. Razumov, whose hilarity died out all at once, made a step forward. "Enough of this," he began in a clear, incisive voice, though he could hardly control the trembling of his legs. "I will have no more of it. I shall not permit any one. I can see very well what you are at with those allusions. Inquire, investigate. I defy you, but I will not be played with." He had spoken such words before. He had been driven to cry them out in the face of other suspicions. It was an infernal cycle bringing round that protest like a fatal necessity of his existence. But it was no use. He would be always played with. Luckily life does not last for ever. "I won't have it," he shouted, striking his fist into the palm of his other hand. "Kirylo Sidorovitch, what has come to you?" The woman revolutionist interfered with authority. They were all looking at Razumov now. The slayer of spies and gendarmes had turned about, presenting his enormous stomach in full, like a shield. "Don't shout. There are people passing." Sophia Antonovna was apprehensive of another outburst. A steam launch from Monrepos had come to the landing stage opposite the gate. Its hoarse whistle and the churning noise alongside all unnoticed, had landed a small bunch of local passengers who were dispersing their several ways. Only a specimen of early tourist in knickerbockers, conspicuous by a brand new yellow leather glass case, hung about for a moment, scenting something unusual about these four people within the rusty iron gates of what looked the grounds run wild of an unoccupied private house. Ah, if he had only known what the chance of commonplace travelling had suddenly put in his way! But he was a well bred person. He averted his gaze and moved off with short steps along the avenue, on the watch for a tramcar. A gesture from Sophia Antonovna, "Leave him to me," had sent the two men away. The buzzing of the inarticulate voice growing fainter and fainter, and the thin pipe of "What now? What's the matter?" reduced to the proportions of a squeaking toy by the distance. They had left him to her. So many things could be left safely to the experience of Sophia Antonovna. And at once her black eyes turned to Razumov. Her mind tried to get at the heart of that outburst. It had some meaning. No one is born an active revolutionist. The change comes disturbingly, with the force of a sudden vocation, bringing in its train agonizing doubts, assertive violences, an unstable state of the soul, till the final appeasement of the convert in the perfect fierceness of conviction. She had seen, often had only divined, scores of these young men and young women going through an emotional crisis. This young man looked like a moody egotist. And besides, it was a special, a unique case. She had never met an individuality which interested and puzzled her so much. "Take care, Razumov, my good friend. If you carry on like this you will go mad. You are angry with everybody and bitter with yourself, and on the look out for something to torment yourself with." "It's intolerable." Razumov could only speak in gasps. "You must admit that I can have no illusions on the attitude which it isn't clear, or rather only too clear." He made a gesture of despair. It was not his courage that failed him. The choking fumes of falsehood had taken him by the throat. The thought of being condemned to struggle on and on in that tainted atmosphere, without the hope of ever renewing his strength by a breath of fresh air. "A glass of cold water is what you want." Sophia Antonovna glanced up the grounds at the house and shook her head, then out of the gate at the brimful placidity of the lake. With a half comical shrug of the shoulders she gave the remedy up in the face of that abundance. "It is you, my dear soul, who are flinging yourself at something which does not exist. What is it? Self reproach or what? It's absurd. You couldn't have gone and given yourself up because your comrade was taken." She remonstrated with him reasonably, at some length too. He had nothing to complain of in his reception. Every newcomer was discussed, more or less. Everybody had to be thoroughly understood before being accepted. No one that she could remember had been shown from the first so much confidence. Soon, very soon, perhaps sooner than he expected, he would be given an opportunity of showing his devotion to the sacred task of crushing the infamy. Razumov, listening quietly, thought, "It may be that she is trying to lull my suspicions to sleep. On the other hand, it is obvious that most of them are fools." He moved aside a couple of paces, and, folding his arms on his breast, leaned back against the stone pillar of the gate. "As to what remains obscure in the fate of that poor Haldin," Sophia Antonovna dropped into a slowness of utterance which was to Razumov like the falling of molten lead drop by drop. "As to that, though no one ever hinted that either from fear or neglect your conduct has not been what it should have been, well, I have a bit of intelligence." Razumov could not prevent himself from raising his head, and Sophia Antonovna nodded slightly. "I have. You remember that letter from St. Petersburg I mentioned to you a moment ago?" "The letter? Perfectly. Some busybody has been reporting my conduct on a certain day. It's rather sickening. I suppose our police are greatly edified when they open these interesting and superfluous letters." "Oh dear no. The police do not get hold of our letters as easily as you imagine. The letter in question did not leave St. Petersburg till the ice broke up. It went by the first English steamer which left the Neva this spring. They have a fireman on board, one of us, in fact. It has reached me from Hull." She paused as if she were surprised at the sullen fixity of Razumov's gaze, but went on at once and much faster. "We have some of our people there who... But never mind. The writer of the letter relates an incident which he thinks may possibly be connected with Haldin's arrest. I was just going to tell you when those two men came along." "That also was an incident," muttered Razumov, "of a very charming kind for me." "Leave off that," cried Sophia Antonovna. "Nobody cares for Nikita's barking. There's no malice in him. Listen to what I have to say. You may be able to throw a light. There was in St. Petersburg a sort of town peasant, a man who owned horses. He came to town years ago to work for some relation as a driver, and ended by owning a cab or two." She might well have spared herself the slight effort of the gesture. "Wait!" Razumov did not mean to speak. He could not have interrupted her now, not to save his life. The contraction of his facial muscles had been involuntary, a mere surface stir, leaving him sullenly attentive as before. "He was not a quite ordinary man of his class, it seems," she went on. "The people of the house my informant talked with many of them, you know, one of those enormous houses of shame and misery." Sophia Antonovna need not have enlarged on the character of the house. Razumov saw clearly, towering at her back, a dark mass of masonry veiled in snowflakes, with the long row of windows of the eating shop shining greasily very near the ground. The ghost of that night pursued him. He stood up to it with rage and with weariness. "Did the late Haldin ever by chance speak to you of that house?" Sophia Antonovna was anxious to know. "Yes." Razumov, making that answer, wondered whether he were falling into a trap. It was so humiliating to lie to these people that he probably could not have said no. "He mentioned to me once," he added, as if making an effort of memory, "a house of that sort. He used to visit some workmen there." "Exactly." Sophia Antonovna triumphed. Her correspondent had discovered that fact quite accidentally from the talk of the people of the house, having made friend with a workman who occupied a room there. They described Haldin's appearance perfectly. He brought comforting words of hope into their misery. He came irregularly, but he came very often, and, her correspondent wrote, sometimes he spent a night in the house, sleeping, they thought, in a stable which opened upon the inner yard. Note that, Razumov. In a stable." Razumov had listened with a sort of ferocious but amused acquiescence. "Yes, in the straw. It was probably the cleanest spot in the whole house." "No doubt," assented the woman, with that deep frown which seemed to draw closer together her black eyes in a sinister fashion. "No four-footed beast could stand the filth and wretchedness so many human beings were condemned to suffer from in Russia." The point of this discovery was that it proved Haldin to have been familiar with that horse‐owning peasant, a reckless, independent, free‐living fellow, not much liked by the other inhabitants of the house. He was believed to have been the associate of a band of housebreakers. Some of these got captured. Not while he was driving them, however, but still there was a suspicion against the fellow of having given a hint to the police and... The woman revolutionist checked herself suddenly. "And you? Have you ever heard your friend refer to a certain Ziemianitch?" Razumov was ready for the name. He had been looking out for the question. "When it comes I shall own up," he had said to himself. But he took his time. "To be sure," he began slowly. "Ziemianitch, a peasant owning a team of horses. Yes. On one occasion. Ziemianitch. Certainly. Ziemianitch of the horses. How could it have slipped my memory like this? One of the last conversations we had together." "That means," Sophia Antonovna looked very grave, "that means, Razumov, it was very shortly before... eh?" "Before what?" shouted Razumov, advancing at the woman, who looked astonished but stood her ground. "Before... oh, of course it was before. How could it have been after? Only a few hours before." "And he spoke of him favourably?" "With enthusiasm. The horses of Ziemianitch. The free soul of Ziemianitch." Razumov took a savage delight in the loud utterance of that name, which had never before crossed his lips audibly. He fixed his blazing eyes on the woman, till at last her fascinated expression recalled him to himself. "The late Haldin," he said, holding himself in with downcast eyes, "was inclined to take sudden fancies to people on what shall I say? Insufficient grounds." "There!" Sophia Antonovna clapped her hands. "That to my mind settles it. The suspicions of my correspondent were aroused." "Aha! Your correspondent," Razumov said in an almost openly mocking tone. "What suspicions? How aroused? By this Ziemianitch? Probably some drunken, gabbling, plausible..." "You talk as if you had known him." Razumov looked up. "No, but I knew Haldin." Sophia Antonovna nodded gravely. "I see. Every word you say confirms to my mind the suspicion communicated to me in that very interesting letter. This Ziemianitch was found one morning hanging from a hook in the stable dead." Razumov felt a profound trouble. It was visible because Sophia Antonovna was moved to observe vivaciously, "Aha! You begin to see." He saw it clearly enough. In the light of a lantern casting spokes of shadow in a cellar‐like stable, the body in a sheepskin coat and long boots hanging against the wall. A pointed hood, with the ends wound about up to the eyes, hid the face. "But that does not concern me," he reflected. "It does not affect my position at all. He never knew who had thrashed him. He could not have known." Razumov felt sorry for the old lover of the bottle and women. "Yes, some of them end like that," he muttered. "What is your idea, Sophia Antonovna?" It was really the idea of her correspondent, but Sophia Antonovna had adopted it fully. She stated it in one word remorse. Razumov opened his eyes very wide at that. Sophia Antonovna's informant, by listening to the talk of the house, by putting this and that together, had managed to come very near to the truth of Haldin's relation to Ziemianitch. "It is I who can tell you what you are not certain of, that your friend had some plan for saving himself afterwards, for getting out of St. Petersburg at any rate. Perhaps that and no more, trusting to luck for the rest. And that fellow's horses were part of the plan." "They have actually got at the truth," Razumov marvelled to himself, while he nodded judicially. "Yes, that's possible. Very possible." But the woman revolutionist was very positive that it was so. First of all, a conversation about horses between Haldin and Ziemianitch had been partly overheard. Then there were the suspicions of the people in the house when their young gentleman (they did not know Haldin by his name) ceased to call at the house. Some of them used to charge Ziemianitch with knowing something of this absence. He denied it with exasperation. But the fact was that ever since Haldin's disappearance he was not himself, growing moody and thin. Finally, during a quarrel with some woman, to whom he was making up, in which most of the inmates of the house took part apparently, he was openly abused by his chief enemy, an athletic pedlar for an informer, and for having driven our young gentlemen to Siberia, the same as you did those young fellows who broke into houses. In consequence of this there was a fight, and Ziemianitch got flung down a flight of stairs. Thereupon he drank and moped for a week, and then hanged himself." Sophia Antonovna drew her conclusions from the tale. She charged Ziemianitch either with drunken indiscretion as to a driving job on a certain date, overheard by some spy in some low grog shop, perhaps in the very eating shop on the ground floor of the house, or maybe a downright denunciation followed by remorse. A man like that would be capable of anything. People said he was a flighty old chap. And if he had been once before mixed up with the police, as seemed certain, though he always denied it, in connection with these thieves, he would be sure to be acquainted with some police underlings, always on the look-out for something to report. Possibly at first his tale was not made anything of till the day that scoundrel de P got his deserts. Ah! But then every bit and scrap of hint and information would be acted on, and fatally they were bound to get Haldin. Sophia Antonovna spread out her hands. Fatally. Fatality, chance. Razumov meditated in silent astonishment upon the queer verisimilitude of these inferences. They were obviously to his advantage. It is right now to make this conclusive evidence known generally. Sophia Antonovna was very calm and deliberate again. She had received the letter 3 days ago, but did not write at once to Peter Ivanovitch. She knew then that she would have the opportunity presently of meeting several men of action assembled for an important purpose. "I thought it would be more effective if I could show the letter itself at large. I have it in my pocket now. You understand how pleased I was to come upon you." Razumov was saying to himself, "She won't offer to show the letter to me. Not likely. Has she told me everything that correspondent of hers has found out?" He longed to see the letter, but he felt he must not ask. "Tell me, please, was this an investigation ordered, as it were?" "No, no," she protested. "There you are again with your sensitiveness. It makes you stupid. Don't you see, there was no starting point for an investigation, even if anyone had thought of it. A perfect blank. That's exactly what some people were pointing out as the reason for receiving you cautiously. It was all perfectly accidental, arising from my informant striking an acquaintance with an intelligent skin dresser lodging in that particular slum house. A wonderful coincidence." "A pious person," suggested Razumov with a pale smile, "would say that the hand of God has done it all." "My poor father would have said that." Sophia Antonovna did not smile. She dropped her eyes. "Not that his God ever helped him. It's a long time since God has done anything for the people. Anyway, it's done." "All this would be quite final," said Razumov, with every appearance of reflective impartiality, "if there was any certitude that our young gentleman of these people was Victor Haldin. Have we got that?" "Yes, there's no mistake. My correspondent was as familiar with Haldin's personal appearance as with your own," the woman affirmed decisively. "It's the red-nosed fellow beyond a doubt," Razumov said to himself with reawakened uneasiness. Had his own visit to that accursed house passed unnoticed? It was barely possible. Yet it was hardly probable. It was just the right sort of food for the popular gossip that gaunt busybody had been picking up. But the letter did not seem to contain any allusion to that. Unless she had suppressed it. And if so, why? If it had really escaped the prying of that hunger-stricken democrat with a confounded genius for recognizing people from description, it could only be for a time. He would come upon it presently and hasten to write another letter. And then? End of Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 2 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. For all the envenomed recklessness of his temper, fed on hate and disdain, Razumov shuddered inwardly. It guarded him from common fear, but it could not defend him from disgust at being dealt with in any way by these people. It was a sort of superstitious dread. Now, since his position had been made more secure by their own folly at the cost of Ziemianitch, he felt the need of perfect safety, with its freedom from direct lying, with its power of moving amongst them silent, unquestioning, listening, impenetrable, like the very fate of their crimes and their folly. Was this advantage his already, or not yet, or never would be? "Well, Sophia Antonovna, His air of reluctant concession was genuine, in so far that he was really loath to part with her without testing her sincerity by a question it was impossible to bring about in any way. "Well, Sophia Antonovna, if that is so, then "The creature has done justice to himself," the woman observed, as if thinking aloud. "What? Yes, remorse," Razumov muttered with equivocal contempt. "Don't be harsh, Kirylo Sidorovitch, if you have lost a friend." There was no hint of softness in her tone, only the black glitter of her eyes seemed detached for an instant from vengeful visions. He was a man of the people. The simple Russian soul is never wholly impenitent. It's something to know that. "Consoling?" insinuated Razumov in a tone of inquiry. "Leave off railing," she checked him explosively. "Remember, Razumov, that women, children, and revolutionists hate irony, which is the negation of all saving instincts, of all faith, of all devotion, of all action. Don't rail. Leave off. I don't know how it is, but there are moments when you are abhorrent to me." She averted her face. A languid silence, as if all the electricity of the situation had been discharged in this flash of passion, lasted for some time. Razumov had not flinched. Suddenly she laid the tips of her fingers on his sleeve. "Don't mind." "I don't mind," he said very quietly. He was proud to feel that she could read nothing on his face. He was really mollified, relieved, if only for a moment, from an obscure oppression. And suddenly he asked himself, "Why the devil did I go to that house? It was an imbecile thing to do." A profound disgust came over him. Sophia Antonovna lingered, talking in a friendly manner with an evident conciliatory intention. And it was still about the famous letter, referring to various minute details given by her informant who had never seen Ziemianitch. The victim of remorse had been buried several weeks before her correspondent began frequenting the house. The house, contained very good revolutionary material. The spirit of the heroic Haldin had passed through these dens of black wretchedness with a promise of universal redemption from all the miseries that oppress mankind. Razumov listened without hearing, gnawed by the new‐born desire of safety, with its independence from that degrading method of direct lying, which at times he found it almost impossible to practise. No, the point he wanted to hear about could never come into this conversation. There was no way of bringing it forward. He regretted not having composed a perfect story for use abroad, in which his fatal connection with the house might have been owned up to. But when he left Russia he did not know that Ziemianitch had hanged himself. And anyway, who could have foreseen this woman's informant stumbling upon that particular slum, of all the slums awaiting destruction in the purifying flame of social revolution? Who could have foreseen? Nobody. "It's a perfect, diabolic surprise," thought Razumov, calm faced in his attitude of inscrutable superiority, nodding assent to Sophia Antonovna's remarks upon the psychology of "the people." "Oh yes, certainly," rather coldly, but with a nervous longing in his fingers to tear some sort of confession out of her throat. Then, at the very last, on the point of separating, the feeling of relaxed tension already upon him, he heard Sophia Antonovna allude to the subject of his uneasiness. How it came about he could only guess, his mind being absent at the moment, but it must have sprung from Sophia Antonovna's complaints of the illogical absurdity of the people. For instance, that Ziemianitch was notoriously irreligious, and yet in the last weeks of his life he suffered from the notion that he had been beaten by the devil. "The devil?" repeated Razumov, as though he had not heard aright. "The actual devil, the devil in person. You may well look astonished, Kirylo Sidorovitch. Early on the very night poor Haldin was taken, a complete stranger turned up and gave Ziemianitch a most fearful thrashing while he was lying dead drunk in the stable. The wretched creature's body was one mass of bruises. He showed them to the people in the house." "But you, Sophia Antonovna, you don't believe in the actual devil?" "Do you?" retorted the woman curtly. "Not but that there are plenty of men worse than devils to make a hell of this earth," she muttered to herself. Razumov watched her, vigorous and white haired, with a deep fold between her thin eyebrows, and her black glance turned idly away. It was obvious that she did not make much of the story, unless, indeed, this was the perfection of duplicity. "A dark young man," she explained further. "Never seen there before, never seen afterwards. Why are you smiling, Razumov?" "At the devil, being still young after all these ages," he answered composedly. "But who was able to describe him, since the victim, you say, was dead drunk at the time?" "Oh, the eating house keeper has described him. An overbearing, swarthy young man in a student's cloak, who came rushing in, demanded Ziemianitch, beat him furiously, and rushed away without a word, leaving the eating house keeper paralysed with astonishment." "Does he, too, believe it was the devil?" "That I can't say. I am told he's very reserved on the matter. Those sellers of spirits are great scoundrels generally. I should think he knows more of it than anybody." "Well, and you, Sophia Antonovna, what's your theory?" asked Razumov in a tone of great interest. "Yours and your informant's, who is on the spot." "I agree with him. Some police hound in disguise. Who else could beat a helpless man so unmercifully? As for the rest, if they were out that day on every trail, old and new, it is probable enough that they might have thought it just as well to have Ziemianitch at hand for more information, or for identification, or what not. Some scoundrelly detective was sent to fetch him along, and being vexed at finding him so drunk, broke a stable fork over his ribs. Later on, after they had the big game safe in the net, they troubled their heads no more about that peasant." Such were the last words of the woman revolutionist in this conversation, keeping so close to the truth, departing from it so far in the verisimilitude of thoughts and conclusions as to give one the notion of the invincible nature of human error, a glimpse into the utmost depths of self-deception. Razumov, after shaking hands with Sophia Antonovna, left the grounds, crossed the road, and walking out on the little steamboat pier, leaned over the rail. His mind was at ease. Ease such as he had not known for many days, ever since that night. The night. The conversation with the woman revolutionist had given him the view of his danger at the very moment this danger vanished, characteristically enough. "I ought to have foreseen the doubts that would arise in those people's minds," he thought. Then his attention being attracted by a stone of peculiar shape, which he could see clearly lying at the bottom, he began to speculate as to the depth of water in that spot. But very soon, with a start of wonder at this extraordinary instance of ill-timed detachment, he returned to his train of thought. "I ought to have told very circumstantial lies from the first," he said to himself, with a mortal distaste of the mere idea, which silenced his mental utterance for quite a perceptible interval. "Luckily, that's all right now," he reflected, and after a time spoke to himself half aloud, "Thanks to the devil," and laughed a little. The end of Ziemianitch then arrested his wandering thoughts. He was not exactly amused at the interpretation, but he could not help detecting in it a certain piquancy. He owned to himself that, had he known of that suicide before leaving Russia, he would have been incapable of making such excellent use of it for his own purposes. He ought to be infinitely obliged to the fellow with the red nose for his patience and ingenuity. A wonderful psychologist, apparently, he said to himself sarcastically. Remorse, indeed! It was a striking example of your true conspirator's blindness, of the stupid subtlety of people with one idea. This was a drama of love, not of conscience, Razumov continued to himself mockingly. A woman the old fellow was making up to, a robust pedlar, clearly a rival, throwing him down a flight of stairs, and at 60, for a lifelong lover, it was not an easy matter to get over. That was a feminist of a different stamp from Peter Ivanovitch. Even the comfort of the bottle might conceivably fail him in this supreme crisis. At such an age nothing but a halter could cure the pangs of an unquenchable passion. And besides, there was the wild exasperation aroused by the unjust aspersions and the contumely of the house, with the maddening impossibility to account for that mysterious thrashing, added to these simple and bitter sorrows. "Devil, eh?" Razumov exclaimed with mental excitement, as if he had made an interesting discovery. "Ziemianitch ended by falling into mysticism. So many of our true Russian souls end in that way. Very characteristic." He felt pity for Ziemianitch, a large neutral pity, such as one may feel for an unconscious multitude, a great people seen from above, like a community of crawling ants working out its destiny. It was as if this Ziemianitch could not possibly have done anything else. And Sophia Antonovna's cocksure and contemptuous "some police hound" was characteristically Russian in another way. But there was no tragedy there. This was a comedy of errors. It was as if the devil himself were playing a game with all of them in turn, first with him, then with Ziemianitch, then with those revolutionists. The devil's own game, this. He interrupted his earnest mental soliloquy with a jocular thought at his own expense. "Hallo! I'm falling into mysticism too." His mind was more at ease than ever. Turning about, he put his back against the rail comfortably. "All this fits with marvellous aptness," he continued to think. "The brilliance of my reputed exploit is no longer darkened by the fate of my supposed colleague. The mystic Ziemianitch accounts for that. An incredible chance has served me. No more need of lies. I shall have only to listen and to keep my scorn from getting the upper hand of my caution." He sighed, folded his arms, his chin dropped on his breast, and it was a long time before he started forward from that pose, with the recollection that he had made up his mind to do something important that day. What it was he could not immediately recall, yet he made no effort of memory, for he was uneasily certain that he would remember it presently. He had not gone more than 100 yards towards the town when he slowed down, almost faltered in his walk, at the sight of a figure walking in the contrary direction, draped in a cloak, under a soft broad brimmed hat, picturesque but diminutive, as if seen through the big end of an opera glass. It was impossible to avoid that tiny man, for there was no issue for retreat. "Another one going to that mysterious meeting," thought Razumov. He was right in his surmise, only this one, unlike the others who came from a distance, was known to him personally. Still he hoped to pass on with a mere bow, but it was impossible to ignore the little thin hand with hairy wrist and knuckles protruded in a friendly way from under the folds of the cloak, worn Spanish wise, in disregard of a fairly warm day, a corner flung over the shoulder. "And how is Herr Razumov?" sounded the greeting in German, by that alone made more odious to the object of the affable recognition. At closer quarters the diminutive personage looked like a reduction of an ordinary sized man, with a lofty brow bared for a moment by the raising of the hat, the great pepper and salt full beard spread over the proportionally broad chest. A fine bold nose jutted over a thin mouth hidden in the mass of fine hair. All this, accented features, strong limbs in their relative smallness, appeared delicate without the slightest sign of debility. The eyes alone, almond shaped and brown, were too big, with the whites slightly bloodshot by much pen labour under a lamp. The obscure celebrity of the tiny man was well known to Razumov. Polyglot, of unknown parentage, of indefinite nationality, anarchist with a pedantic and ferocious temperament, and an amazingly inflammatory capacity for invective, he was a power in the background, this violent pamphleteer clamouring for revolutionary justice, this Julius Laspara, editor of the Living Word, confidant of conspirators, inditer of sanguinary menaces and manifestoes, suspected of being in the secret of every plot. Laspara lived in the old town in a sombre narrow house presented to him by a naïve middle class admirer of his humanitarian eloquence. With him lived his two daughters, who overtopped him head and shoulders, and a pasty faced lean boy of 6, languishing in the dark rooms in blue cotton overalls and clumsy boots, who might have belonged to either one of them or to neither. No stranger could tell. Julius Laspara no doubt knew which of his girls it was who, after casually vanishing for a few years, had as casually returned to him possessed of that child; but with admirable pedantry he had refrained from asking her for details, no, not so much as the name of the father, because maternity should be an anarchist function. Razumov had been admitted twice to that suite of several small dark rooms on the top floor. Dusty window panes, litter of all sorts of sweepings all over the place, half full glasses of tea forgotten on every table, the two Laspara daughters prowling about enigmatically silent, sleepy eyed, corsetless, and generally, in their want of shape and the disorder of their rumpled attire, resembling old dolls. The great but obscure Julius, his feet twisted round his three-legged stool, always ready to receive the visitors, the pen instantly dropped, the body screwed round with a striking display of the lofty brow and of the great austere beard. When he got down from his stool it was as though he had descended from the heights of Olympus. He was dwarfed by his daughters, by the furniture, by any caller of ordinary stature. But he very seldom left it, and still more rarely was seen walking in broad daylight. It must have been some matter of serious importance which had driven him out in that direction that afternoon. Evidently he wished to be amiable to that young man, whose arrival had made some sensation in the world of political refugees. In Russian now, which he spoke, as he spoke and wrote 4 or 5 other European languages, without distinction and without force, other than that of invective, he inquired if Razumov had taken his inscriptions at the university as yet, and the young man, shaking his head negatively: "There's plenty of time for that. But meantime, are you not going to write something for us?" He could not understand how any one could refrain from writing on anything, social, economic, historical, anything. Any subject could be treated in the right spirit and for the ends of social revolution, and, as it happened, a friend of his in London had got in touch with a review of advanced ideas. We must educate, educate everybody, develop the great thought of absolute liberty and of revolutionary justice. Razumov muttered rather surlily that he did not even know English. "Write in Russian. We'll have it translated. There can be no difficulty. Why, without seeking further, there is Miss Haldin. My daughters go to see her sometimes." He nodded significantly. "She does nothing, has never done anything in her life. She would be quite competent with a little assistance. Only write. You know you must. And so good bye for the present." He raised his arm and went on. Razumov backed against the low wall, looked after him, spat violently, and went on his way with an angry mutter. Cursed Jew! He did not know anything about it. Julius Laspara might have been a Transylvanian, a Turk, an Andalusian, or a citizen of one of the Hanse towns for anything he could tell to the contrary. But this is not a story of the West, and this exclamation must be recorded, accompanied by the comment that it was merely an expression of hate and contempt, best adapted to the nature of the feelings Razumov suffered from at the time. He was boiling with rage, as though he had been grossly insulted. He walked as if blind, following instinctively the shore of the diminutive harbour along the quay, through a pretty, dull garden, where a dull people sat on chairs under the trees, till, his fury abandoning him, he discovered himself in the middle of a long, broad bridge. He slowed down at once. To his right, beyond the toy-like jetties, he saw the green slopes framing the Petit Lac in all the marvellous banality of the picturesque made of painted cardboard, with a more distant stretch of water inanimate and shining like a piece of tin. He turned his head away from that view for the tourists and walked on slowly, his eyes fixed on the ground. One or two persons had to get out of his way, and then turned round to give a surprised stare to his profound absorption. The insistence of the celebrated subversive journalist rankled in his mind strangely. Write, must write. He write? A sudden light flashed upon him. To write was the very thing he had made up his mind to do that day. He had made up his mind irrevocably to that step, and then had forgotten all about it. That incorrigible tendency to escape from the grip of the situation was fraught with serious danger. He was ready to despise himself for it. What was it? Levity, or deep-seated weakness, or an unconscious dread? Is it that I am shrinking? It can't be. It's impossible. To shrink now would be worse than moral suicide. It would be nothing less than moral damnation, he thought. Is it possible that I have a conventional conscience? He rejected that hypothesis with scorn, and, checked on the edge of the pavement, made ready to cross the road and proceed up the wide street facing the head of the bridge, and that for no other reason except that it was there before him. But at the moment a couple of carriages and a slow-moving cart interposed, and suddenly he turned sharp to the left, following the quay again, but now away from the lake. It may be just my health, he thought, allowing himself a very unusual doubt of his soundness, for, with the exception of a childish ailment or two, he had never been ill in his life. But that was a danger too. Only it seemed as though he were being looked after in a specially remarkable way. If I believed in an active providence, Razumov said to himself, amused grimly, I would see here the working of an ironical finger. To have a Julius Laspara put in my way as if expressly to remind me of my purpose is... Write, he had said. I must write. I must indeed. I shall write. Never fear. Certainly. That's why I'm here. And for the future I shall have something to write about. He was exciting himself by this mental soliloquy. But the idea of writing evoked the thought of a place to write in, of shelter, of privacy, and naturally of his lodgings, mingled with a distaste for the necessary exertion of getting there, with a mistrust as of some hostile influence awaiting him within those odious 4 walls. Suppose one of these revolutionists, he asked himself, were to take a fancy to call on me while I am writing. The mere prospect of such an interruption made him shudder. One could lock one's door, or ask the tobacconist downstairs, some sort of a refugee himself,
to tell inquirers that one was not in. Not very good precautions, those. The manner of his life, he felt, must be kept clear of every cause for suspicion, or even occasion for wonder, down to such trifling occurrences as a delay in opening a locked door. "I wish I were in the middle of some field, miles away from everywhere," he thought. He had unconsciously turned to the left once more, and now was aware of being on a bridge again. This one was much narrower than the other, and instead of being straight made a sort of elbow or angle. At the point of that angle a short arm joined it to a hexagonal islet, with a soil of gravel and its shores faced with dressed stone, a perfection of puerile neatness. A couple of tall poplars and a few other trees stood grouped on the clean, dark gravel, and under them a few garden benches, and a bronze effigy of Jean Jacques Rousseau seated on its pedestal. In setting his foot on it, Razumov became aware that, except for the woman in charge of the refreshment chalet, he would be alone on the island. There was something of naïve, odious, and inane simplicity about that unfrequented, tiny crumb of earth named after Jean Jacques Rousseau. Something pretentious and shabby too. He asked for a glass of milk, which he drank standing at one draught (nothing but tea had passed his lips since the morning), and was going away with a weary, lagging step when a thought stopped him short. He had found precisely what he needed. If solitude could ever be secured in the open air in the middle of a town, he would have it there on this absurd island, together with the faculty of watching the only approach. He went back heavily to a garden seat, dropped into it. This was the place for making a beginning of that writing which had to be done. The materials he had on him. "I shall always come here," he said to himself, and afterwards sat for quite a long time motionless, without thought and sight and hearing, almost without life. He sat long enough for the declining sun to dip behind the roofs of the town at his back, and throw the shadow of the houses on the lake front over the islet, before he pulled out of his pocket a fountain pen, opened a small notebook on his knee, and began to write quickly, raising his eyes now and then at the connecting arm of the bridge. These glances were needless. The people crossing over in the distance seemed unwilling even to look at the islet, where the exiled effigy of the author of the Social Contract sat enthroned above the bowed head of Razumov in the sombre immobility of bronze. After finishing his scribbling, Razumov, with a sort of feverish haste, put away the pen, then rammed the notebook into his pocket, first tearing out the written pages with an almost convulsive brusqueness. But the folding of the flimsy batch on his knee was executed with thoughtful nicety. That done, he leaned back in his seat and remained motionless, the papers holding in his left hand. The twilight had deepened. He got up and began to pace to and fro slowly under the trees. "There can be no doubt that now I am safe," he thought. His fine ear could detect the faintly accentuated murmurs of the current breaking against the point of the island, and he forgot himself in listening to them with interest. But even to his acute sense of hearing the sound was too elusive. "Extraordinary occupation I am giving myself up to," he murmured, and it occurred to him that this was about the only sound he could listen to innocently, and for his own pleasure, as it were. Yes, the sound of water, the voice of the wind, completely foreign to human passions. All the other sounds of this earth brought contamination to the solitude of a soul. This was Mr. Razumov's feeling, the soul, of course, being his own, and the word being used not in the theological sense, but standing, as far as I can understand it, for that part of Mr. Razumov which was not his body, and more specially in danger from the fires of this earth. And it must be admitted that in Mr. Razumov's case the bitterness of solitude from which he suffered was not an altogether morbid phenomenon. End of Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 1, Section 1 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 1, Section 1. That I should, at the beginning of this retrospect, mention again that Mr. Razumov's youth had no one in the world, as literally no one as it can be honestly affirmed of any human being, is but a statement of fact from a man who believes in the psychological value of facts. There is also perhaps a desire of punctilious fairness. Unidentified with any one in this narrative,
where the aspects of honor and shame are remote from the ideas of the Western world, and taking my stand on the ground of common humanity. It is for that very reason that I feel a strange reluctance to state boldly here what every reader has most likely already discovered himself. Such reluctance may appear absurd if it were not for the thought that because of the imperfection of language there is always something ungracious and even disgraceful in the exhibition of naked truth. But the time has come when Councillor of State Mikulin can no longer be ignored. His simple question, "Where to?" on which we left Mr. Razumov in St. Petersburg, throws a light on the general meaning of this individual case. "Where to?" was the answer in the form of a gentle question to what we may call Mr. Razumov's declaration of independence. The question was not menacing in the least, and indeed had the ring of innocent inquiry. Had it been taken in a merely topographical sense, the only answer to it would have appeared sufficiently appalling to Mr. Razumov. Where to? Back to his rooms where the revolution had sought him out, to put to a sudden test his dormant instincts, his half conscious thoughts and almost wholly unconscious ambitions, by the touch as of some furious and dogmatic religion, with its call to frantic sacrifices, its tender resignations, its dreams and hopes uplifting the soul by the side of the most sombre moods of despair. And Mr. Razumov had let go the door handle and had come back to the middle of the room, asking Councillor Mikulin angrily, "What do you mean by it?" As far as I can tell, Councillor Mikulin did not answer that question. He drew Mr. Razumov into familiar conversation. It is the peculiarity of Russian natures that, however strongly engaged in the drama of action, they are still turning their ear to the murmur of abstract ideas. This conversation and others later on need not be recorded. Suffice it to say that it brought Mr. Razumov as we know him to the test of another faith. There was nothing official in its expression, and Mr. Razumov was led to defend his attitude of detachment. But Councillor Mikulin would have none of his arguments. "For a man like you," were his last weighty words in the discussion, "such a position is impossible. Don't forget that I have seen that interesting piece of paper. I understand your liberalism. I have an intellect of that kind myself. Reform for me is mainly a question of method. But the principle of revolt is a physical intoxication, a sort of hysteria which must be kept away from the masses. You agree to this without reserve, don't you? Because, you see, Kirylo Sidorovitch, abstention, reserve, in certain situations, come very near to political crime. The ancient Greeks understood that very well." Mr. Razumov, listening with a faint smile, asked Councillor Mikulin point blank if this meant that he was going to have him watched. The high official took no offence at the cynical inquiry. "No, Kirylo Sidorovitch," he answered gravely. "I don't mean to have you watched." Razumov, suspecting a lie, affected yet the greatest liberty of mind during the short remainder of that interview. The older man expressed himself throughout in familiar terms, and with a sort of shrewd simplicity. Razumov concluded that to get to the bottom of that mind was an impossible feat. A great disquiet made his heart beat quicker. The high official, issuing from behind the desk, was actually offering to shake hands with him. "Good bye, Mr. Razumov. An understanding between intelligent men is always a satisfactory occurrence, is it not? And, of course, these rebel gentlemen have not the monopoly of intelligence." "I presume that I shall not be wanted any more?" Razumov brought out that question while his hand was still being grasped. Councillor Mikulin released it slowly. "That, Mr. Razumov," he said with great earnestness, "is as it may be. God alone knows the future. But you may rest assured that I never thought of having you watched. You are a young man of great independence. Yes. You are going away free as air, but you shall end by coming back to us." "I? I?" Razumov exclaimed in an appalled murmur of protest. "What for?" he added feebly. "Yes. You yourself, Kirylo Sidorovitch," the high police functionary insisted in a low, severe tone of conviction. "You shall be coming back to us. Some of our greatest minds had to do that in the end." "You have no better friend than Prince K. And as to myself, it is a long time now since I've been honoured by his..." He glanced down his beard. "I won't detain you any longer. We live in difficult times, in times of monstrous chimeras and evil dreams and criminal follies. We shall certainly meet once more. It may be some little time, though, before we do. Till then may Heaven send you fruitful reflections." Once in the street, Razumov started off rapidly without caring for the direction. At first he thought of nothing, but in a little while the consciousness of his position presented itself to him as something so ugly, dangerous, and absurd, the difficulty of ever freeing himself from the toils of that complication so insoluble, that the idea of going back and, as he termed it to himself, confessing to Councillor Mikulin flashed through his mind. Go back? What for? Confess? To what? "I have been speaking to him with the greatest openness," he said to himself with perfect truth. "What else could I tell him? That I have undertaken to carry a message to that brute Ziemianitch? Establish a false complicity and destroy what chance of safety I have won for nothing? What folly!" Yet he could not defend himself from fancying that Councillor Mikulin was perhaps the only man in the world able to understand his conduct. To be understood appeared extremely fascinating. On the way home he had to stop several times. All his strength seemed to run out of his limbs, and in the movement of the busy streets, isolated as if in a desert, he remained suddenly motionless for a minute or so before he could proceed on his way. He reached his rooms at last. Then came an illness, something in the nature of a low fever, which all at once removed him to a great distance from the perplexing actualities, from his very room even. He never lost consciousness. He only seemed to himself to be existing languidly somewhere very far away from everything that had ever happened to him. He came out of this state slowly, with an effect, that is to say, of extreme slowness, though the actual number of days was not very great. And when he had got back into the middle of things they were all changed, subtly and provokingly in their nature. Inanimate objects, human faces, the landlady, the rustic servant girl, the staircase, the streets, the very air. He tackled these changed conditions in a spirit of severity. He walked to and fro to the university, ascended stairs, paced the passages, listened to lectures, took notes, crossed courtyards in angry aloofness, his teeth set hard till his jaws ached. He was perfectly aware of madcap Kostia gazing like a young retriever from a distance, of the famished student with the red drooping nose keeping scrupulously away as desired, of 20 others perhaps he knew well enough to speak to. And they all had an air of curiosity and concern, as if they expected something to happen. "This can't last much longer," thought Razumov more than once. On certain days he was afraid that anyone addressing him suddenly in a certain way would make him scream out insanely a lot of filthy abuse. Often, after returning home, he would drop into a chair in his cap and cloak, and remain still for hours holding some book he had got from the library in his hand. Or he would pick up the little penknife and sit there scraping his nails endlessly and feeling furious all the time. Simply furious. "This is impossible," he would mutter suddenly to the empty room. Fact to be noted: this room might conceivably have become physically repugnant to him, emotionally intolerable, morally uninhabitable. But no. Nothing of the sort, and he had himself dreaded it at first. Nothing of the sort happened. On the contrary, he liked his lodgings better than any other shelter he, who had never known a home, had ever hired before. He liked his lodgings so well that often, on that very account, he found a certain difficulty in making up his mind to go out. It resembled a physical seduction, such as, for instance, makes a man reluctant to leave the neighbourhood of a fire on a cold day. For as, at that time, he seldom stirred except to go to the university (what else was there to do?), it followed that whenever he went abroad he felt himself at once closely involved in the moral consequences of his act. It was there that the dark prestige of the Haldin mystery fell on him, clung to him like a poisoned robe it was impossible to fling off. He suffered from it exceedingly, as well as from the conversational, commonplace, unavoidable intercourse with the other kind of students. "They must be wondering at the change in me," he reflected anxiously. He had an uneasy recollection of having savagely told one or two innocent, nice enough fellows to go to the devil. Once a married professor he used to call upon formerly addressed him in passing. "How is it we never see you at our Wednesdays now? Kirylo Sidorovitch." Razumov was conscious of meeting this advance with odious, muttering boorishness. The professor was obviously too astonished to be offended. All this was bad. And all this was Haldin, always Haldin, nothing but Haldin, everywhere Haldin. A moral spectre infinitely more effective than any visible apparition of the dead. It was only the room through which that man had blundered on his way from crime to death that his spectre did not seem to be able to haunt. Not to be exact, that he was ever completely absent from it, but that there he had no sort of power. There it was Razumov who had the upper hand, in a composed sense of his own superiority. A vanquished phantom, nothing more. Often in the evening, his repaired watch faintly ticking on the table by the side of the lighted lamp, Razumov would look up from his writing and stare at the bed with an expectant, dispassionate attention. Nothing was to be seen there. He never really supposed that anything ever could be seen there. After a while he would shrug his shoulders slightly and bend again over his work. For he had gone to work, and at first with some success. His unwillingness to leave that place where he was safe from Haldin grew so strong that at last he ceased to go out at all. From early morning till far into the night he wrote. He wrote for nearly a week, never looking at the time, and only throwing himself on the bed when he could keep his eyes open no longer. Then one afternoon, quite casually, he happened to glance at his watch. He laid down his pen slowly. "At this very hour," was his thought, "the fellow stole unseen into this room while I was out. And there he sat, quiet as a mouse. Perhaps in this very chair." Razumov got up and began to pace the floor steadily, glancing at the watch now and then. "This is the time when I returned and found him standing against the stove," he observed to himself. When it grew dark he lit his lamp. Later on he interrupted his tramping once more, only to wave away angrily the girl who attempted to enter the room with tea and something to eat on a tray. And presently he noted the watch, pointing at the hour of his own going forth into the falling snow on that terrible errand. "Complicity," he muttered faintly, and resumed his pacing, keeping his eye on the hands as they crept on slowly to the time of his return. "And after all," he thought suddenly, "I might have been the chosen instrument of Providence. This is a manner of speaking, but there may be truth in every manner of speaking. What if that absurd saying were true in its essence?" He meditated for a while, then sat down, his legs stretched out, with stony eyes, and with his arms hanging down on each side of the chair, like a man totally abandoned by Providence, desolate. He noted the time of Haldin's departure, and continued to sit still for another half hour, then muttering, "And now to work," drew up to the table, seized the pen, and instantly dropped it under the influence of a profoundly disquieting reflection. "There's 3 weeks gone by and no word from Mikulin." What did it mean? Was he forgotten? Possibly. Then why not remain forgotten, creep in somewhere, hide? But where? How? With whom? In what hole? And was it to be for ever, or what? But a retreat was big, with shadowy dangers. The eye of the social revolution was on him, and Razumov for a moment felt an unnamed and despairing dread, mingled with an odious sense of humiliation. Was it possible that he no longer belonged to himself? This was damnable. But why not simply keep on as before, study, advance, work hard as if nothing had happened, and first of all win the silver medal? Acquire distinction, become a great reforming servant of the greatest of states, servant, too, of the mightiest homogeneous mass of mankind, with a capability for logical, guided development in a brotherly solidarity of force and aim such as the world had never dreamt of, the Russian nation. Calm, resolved, steady in his great purpose, he was stretching his hand towards the pen when he happened to glance towards the bed. He rushed at it, enraged with a mental scream. "It's you, crazy fanatic, who stands in the way." He flung the pillow on the floor violently, tore the blankets aside nothing there. And turning away, he caught for an instant in the air, like a vivid detail in a dissolving view of two heads, the eyes of General T and of Privy Councillor Mikulin side by side, fixed upon him, quite different in character, but with the same unflinching and weary and yet purposeful expression, servants of the nation. Razumov tottered to the washstand, very alarmed about himself, drank some water and bathed his forehead. "This will pass and leave no trace," he thought confidently. "I am all right." But as to supposing that he had been forgotten, it was perfect nonsense. He was a marked man on that side, and that was nothing. It was what that miserable phantom stood for which had to be got out of the way. If one only could go and spit it all out at some of them and take the consequences. He imagined himself accosting the red-nosed student and suddenly shaking his fist in his face. "From that one, though," he reflected, "there's nothing to be got, because he has no mind of his own. He's living in a red democratic trance. Ah! You want to smash your way into universal happiness, my boy. I will give you universal happiness, you silly, hypnotized ghoul, you. And what about my own happiness, eh? Haven't I got any right to it just because I can think for myself?" And again, but with a different mental accent, Razumov said to himself, "I am young. Everything can be lived down." At that moment he was crossing the room slowly, intending to sit down on the sofa and try to compose his thoughts. But before he had got so far everything abandoned him hope, courage, belief in himself, trust in men. His heart had, as it were, suddenly emptied itself. It was no use struggling on. Rest, work, solitude, and the frankness of intercourse with his kind were alike forbidden to him. Everything was gone. His existence was a great cold blank, something like the enormous plain of the whole of Russia, levelled with snow and fading gradually on all sides into shadows and mists. He sat down with swimming head, closed his eyes, and remained like that, sitting bolt upright on the sofa and perfectly awake for the rest of the night, till the girl bustling into the outer room with the samovar thumped with her fist on the door, calling out, "Kirylo Sidorovitch, please, it is time for you to get up." Then, pale like a corpse, obeying the dread summons of judgment, Razumov opened his eyes and got up. Nobody will be surprised to hear, I suppose, that when the summons came he went to see Councillor Mikulin. It came that very morning while, looking white and shaky, like an invalid just out of bed, he was trying to shave himself. The envelope was addressed in the little attorney's handwriting. That envelope contained another, superscribed to Razumov, in Prince K.'s hand, with the request, "Please forward under cover at once," in a corner. The note inside was an autograph of Councillor Mikulin. The writer stated candidly that nothing had arisen which needed clearing up, but nevertheless appointed a meeting with Mr. Razumov at a certain address in town, which seemed to be that of an oculist. Razumov read it, finished shaving, dressed, looked at the note again, and muttered gloomily, "Oculist?" He pondered over it for a time, lit a match, and burned the two envelopes and the enclosure carefully. Afterwards he waited, sitting perfectly idle and not even looking at anything in particular, till the appointed hour drew near, and then went out. Whether looking at the unofficial character of the summons he might have refrained from attending to it is hard to say. Probably not. At any rate he went, but what's more he went with a certain eagerness, which may appear incredible till it is remembered that Councillor Mikulin was the only person on earth with whom Razumov could talk, taking the Haldin adventure for granted. And Haldin, when once taken for granted, was no longer a haunting, falsehood-breeding spectre. Whatever troubling power he exercised in all the other places of the earth, Razumov knew very well that at this oculist's address he would be merely the hanged murderer of Monsieur de P and nothing more. For the dead can live only with the exact intensity and quality of the life imparted to them by the living. So Mr. Razumov, certain of relief, went to meet Councillor Mikulin with the eagerness of a pursued person welcoming any sort of shelter. This much said, there is no need to tell anything more of that first interview and of the several others. To the morality of a Western reader an account of these meetings would wear perhaps the sinister character of old legendary tales, where the enemy of mankind is represented holding subtly mendacious dialogues with some tempted soul. It is not my part to protest. Let me but remark that the Evil One, with his single passion of satanic pride for the only motive, is yet, on a larger modern view, allowed to be not quite so black as he used to be painted. With what greater latitude, then, should we appraise the exact shade of mere mortal man, with his many passions and his miserable ingenuity in error, always dazzled by the base glitter of mixed motives, everlastingly betrayed by a short‐sighted wisdom. Councillor Mikulin was one of those powerful officials who, in a position not obscure, not occult, but simply inconspicuous, exercise a great influence over the methods rather than over the conduct of affairs. A devotion to church and throne is not in itself a criminal sentiment. To prefer the will of one to the will of many does not argue the possession of a black heart or prove congenital idiocy. Councillor Mikulin was not only a clever but also a faithful official. Privately, he was a bachelor with a love of comfort, living alone in an apartment of 5 rooms luxuriously furnished, and was known by his intimates to be an enlightened patron of the art of female dancing. Later on, the larger world first heard of him in the very hour of his downfall, during one of those state trials which astonish and puzzle the average plain man who reads the newspapers by a glimpse of unsuspected intrigues. And in the stir of vaguely seen monstrosities, in that momentary mysterious disturbance of muddy waters, Councillor Mikulin went under, dignified, with only a calm emphatic protest of his innocence, nothing more. No disclosures damaging to a harassed autocracy, complete fidelity to the secrets of the miserable arcana imperii deposited in his patriotic breast, a display of bureaucratic stoicism in a Russian official's ineradicable, almost sublime contempt for truth. Stoicism of silence, understood only by the very few of the initiated, and not without a certain cynical grandeur of self‐sacrifice on the part of a sybarite. For the terribly heavy sentence turned Councillor Mikulin civilly into a corpse, and actually into something very much like a common convict. It seems that the savage autocracy, no more than the divine democracy, does not limit its diet exclusively to the bodies of its enemies. It devours its friends and servants as well. The downfall of His Excellency Gregory Gregorovitch Mikulin, which did not occur till some years later, completes all that is known of the man. But at the time of M. de P.'s murder or execution, Councillor Mikulin, under the modest style of head of department at the General Secretariat, exercised a wide influence as the confidant and right‐hand man of his former schoolfellow and lifelong friend, General T. One can imagine them talking over the case of Mr. Razumov, with a full sense of their unbounded power over all the lives in Russia, with cursory disdain like two Olympians glancing at a worm. The relationship with Prince K was enough to save Razumov from some carelessly arbitrary proceeding, and it is also very probable that after the interview at the Secretariat he would have been left alone. Councillor Mikulin would not have forgotten him, he forgot no one who ever fell under his observation, but would have simply dropped him forever. Councillor Mikulin was a good‐natured man and wished no harm to any one. Besides, with his own reforming tendencies, he was favourably impressed by that young student, the son of Prince K, and apparently no fool. End of Part 4, Chapter 1, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 1, Section 2 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. But as fate would have it, while Mr. Razumov was finding that no way of life was possible to him, Councillor Mikulin's discreet abilities were rewarded by a very responsible post, nothing less than the direction of the general police supervision over Europe. And it was then, and then only, when taking in hand the perfecting of the service which watches the revolutionist activities abroad, that he thought again of Mr. Razumov. He saw great possibilities of special usefulness in that uncommon young man, on whom he had a hold already, with his peculiar temperament, his unsettled mind and shaken conscience, a struggling in the toils of a false position. It was as if the revolutionists themselves had put into his hand that tool so much finer than the common bass instruments, so perfectly fitted, if only vested with sufficient credit to penetrate into places inaccessible to common informers. Providential, providential! And Prince K, taken into the secret, was ready enough to adopt that mystical view too. "It will be necessary, though, to make a career for him afterwards," he had stipulated anxiously. "Oh, absolutely. We shall make that our affair," Mikulin had agreed. Prince K 's mysticism was of an artless kind. But Councillor Mikulin was astute enough for two. Things and men have always a certain sense, a certain side by which they must be got hold of if one wants to obtain a solid grasp and a perfect command. The power of Councillor Mikulin consisted in the ability to seize upon that sense, that side, in the men he used. It did not matter to him what it was vanity, despair, love, hate, greed, intelligent pride, or stupid conceit. It was all one to him as long as the man could be made to serve. The obscure, unrelated young student Razumov, in the moment of great moral loneliness, was allowed to feel that he was an object of interest to a small group of people of high position. Prince K was persuaded to intervene personally, and on a certain occasion gave way to a manly emotion which, all unexpected as it was, quite upset Mr. Razumov. The sudden embrace of that man, agitated by his loyalty to a throne and by suppressed paternal affection, was a revelation to Mr. Razumov of something within his own breast. "So that was it," he exclaimed to himself. A sort of contemptuous tenderness softened the young man's grim view of his position as he reflected upon that agitated interview with Prince K . This simple minded, worldly ex guardsman and senator, whose soft grey official whiskers had brushed against his cheek, his aristocratic and convinced father, was he a whit less estimable or more absurd than that famine stricken, fanatical revolutionist, the red nosed student? And there was some pressure too, besides the persuasiveness. Mr. Razumov was always being made to feel that he had committed himself. There was no getting away from that feeling, from that soft, unanswerable "Where to?" of Councillor Mikulin. But no susceptibilities were ever hurt. It was to be a dangerous mission to Geneva for obtaining at a critical moment absolutely reliable information from a very inaccessible quarter of the inner revolutionary circle. There were indications that a very serious plot was being matured. The repose indispensable to a great country was at stake. A great scheme of orderly reforms would be endangered. The highest personages in the land were patriotically uneasy, and so on. In short, Councillor Mikulin knew what to say. This skill is to be inferred clearly from the mental and psychological self‐confession, self‐analysis of Mr. Razumov's written journal, the pitiful resource of a young man who had near him no trusted intimacy, no natural affection to turn to. How all this preliminary work was concealed from observation need not be recorded. The expedient of the oculist gives a sufficient instance. Councillor Mikulin was resourceful, and the task not very difficult. Any fellow student, even the red-nosed one, was perfectly welcome to see Mr. Razumov entering a private house to consult an oculist. Ultimate success depended solely on the revolutionary self‐delusion which credited Razumov with a mysterious complicity in the Haldin affair. To be compromised in it was credit enough, and it was their own doing. It was precisely that which stamped Mr. Razumov as a providential man, wide as poles apart from the usual type of agent for European supervision. And it was that which the Secretariat set itself the task to foster by a course of calculated and false indiscretions. It came at last to this, that one evening Mr. Razumov was unexpectedly called upon by one of the thinking students whom formerly, before the Haldin affair, he used to meet at various private gatherings, a big fellow with a quiet, unassuming manner and a pleasant voice. Recognizing his voice raised in the anteroom, "May one come in?" Razumov, lounging idly on his couch, jumped up. Suppose he were coming to stab me, he thought sardonically, and, assuming a green shade over his left eye, said in a severe tone, "Come in." The other was embarrassed, hoped he was not intruding. "You haven't been seen for several days, and I've wondered." He coughed a little. "I better?" "Nearly well now." "Good. I won't stop a minute. But you see, that is, anyway, I have undertaken the duty to warn you, Kirylo Sidorovitch, that you are living in false security, maybe." Razumov sat still with his head leaning on his hand, which nearly concealed the unshaded eye. "I have that idea too." "That's all right then. Everything seems quiet now, but those people are preparing some move of general repression. That's of course. But it isn't that I came to tell you." He hitched his chair closer, dropped his voice. "You will be arrested before long, we fear." An obscure scribe in the Secretariat had overheard a few words of a certain conversation and had caught a glimpse of a certain report. This intelligence was not to be neglected. Razumov laughed a little, and his visitor became very anxious. "Ah, Kirylo Sidorovitch, this is no laughing matter. They have left you alone for a while, but... Indeed, you had better try to leave the country, Kirylo Sidorovitch, while there's yet time." Razumov jumped up and began to thank him for the advice with mocking effusiveness, so that the other, colouring up, took himself off with the notion that this mysterious Razumov was not a person to be warned or advised by inferior mortals. Councillor Mikulin, informed the next day of the incident, expressed his satisfaction. "H'm! Ha! Exactly what was wanted to..." and glanced down his beard. "I conclude," said Razumov, "that the moment has come for me to start on my mission." "The psychological moment," Councillor Mikulin insisted softly, very gravely, as if awed. All the arrangements to give verisimilitude to the appearance of a difficult escape were made. Councillor Mikulin did not expect to see Mr. Razumov again before his departure. These meetings were a risk, and there was nothing more to settle. "We have said everything to each other by now, Kirylo Sidorovitch," said the high official feelingly, pressing Razumov's hand with that unreserved heartiness a Russian can convey in his manner. "There is nothing obscure between us, and I will tell you what, I consider myself fortunate in having your..." He glanced down his beard, and after a moment of thoughtful silence handed to Razumov a half sheet of note paper, an abbreviated note of matters already discussed, certain points of inquiry, the line of conduct agreed on, a few hints as to personalities, and so on. It was the only compromising document in the case, but as Councillor Mikulin observed, it could be easily destroyed. Mr. Razumov had better not see any one now till on the other side of the frontier, when, of course, it will be just that, see and hear and... He glanced down his beard. But when Razumov declared his intention to see one person at least before leaving St. Petersburg, Councillor Mikulin failed to conceal a sudden uneasiness. The young man's studious, solitary, and austere existence was well known to him. It was the greatest guarantee of fitness. He became deprecatory. Had his dear Kirylo Sidorovitch considered whether, in view of such a momentous enterprise, it wasn't really advisable to sacrifice every sentiment? Razumov interrupted the remonstrance scornfully. It was not a young woman, it was a young fool he wished to see for a certain purpose. Councillor Mikulin was relieved but surprised. "Ah! And what for precisely?" "For the sake of improving the aspect of verisimilitude," said Razumov curtly, in a desire to affirm his independence. "I must be trusted in what I do." Councillor Mikulin gave way tactfully, murmuring, "Oh, certainly, certainly, your judgment..." and with another handshake they parted. The fool of whom Mr. Razumov had thought was the rich and festive student known as Madcap Kostia. Feather headed, loquacious, excitable, one could make certain of his utter and complete indiscretion. But that riotous youth, when reminded by Razumov of his offers of service some time ago, passed from his usual elation into boundless dismay. "Oh, Kirylo Sidorovitch, my dearest friend, my saviour, what shall I do? I've blown last night every rouble I had from my dad the other day. Can't you give me till Thursday? I shall rush round to all the usurers I know. No, of course you can't. Don't look at me like that. What shall I do? No use asking the old man. I tell you he's given me a fistful of big notes 3 days ago. Miserable wretch that I am." He wrung his hands in despair. Impossible to confide in the old man. They had given him a decoration, a cross on the neck, only last year, and he had been cursing the modern tendencies ever since. Just then he would see all the intellectuals in Russia hanged in a row rather than part with a single rouble. "Kirylo Sidorovitch, wait a moment. Don't despise me. I have it. Yes, I'll do it. I'll break into his desk. There's no help for it. I know the drawer where he keeps his plunder, and I can buy a chisel on my way home. He will be terribly upset, but, you know, the dear old duffer really loves me. He'll have to get over it. And I too, Kirylo, my dear soul, if you can only wait for a few hours, till this evening, I shall steal all the blessed lot I can lay my hands on. You doubt me? Why? You've only to say the word." "Steal, by all means," said Razumov, fixing him stonily. "To the devil with the Ten Commandments," cried the other, with the greatest animation. "It's the new future now." But when he entered Razumov's room late in the evening,
It was with an unaccustomed soberness of manner, almost solemnly. "It's done," he said. Razumov, sitting bowed, his clasped hands hanging between his knees, shuddered at the familiar sound of these words. Kostia deposited slowly in the circle of lamplight a small brown paper parcel tied with a piece of string. "As I've said, all I could lay my hands on. The old boy'll think the end of the world has come." Razumov nodded from the couch and contemplated the hare-brained fellow's gravity with a feeling of malicious pleasure. "I've made my little sacrifice," sighed mad Kostia, "and I've to thank you, Kirylo Sidorovitch, for the opportunity." "It has cost you something?" "Yes, it has. You see, the dear old duffer really loves me. He'll be hurt." "And you believe all they tell you of the new future and the sacred will of the people?" "Implicitly. I would give my life. Only, you see, I am like a pig at a trough. I am no good. It's my nature." Razumov, lost in thought, had forgotten his existence till the youth's voice, entreating him to fly without loss of time, roused him unpleasantly. "All right. Well, good bye." "I am not going to leave you till I've seen you out of St. Petersburg," declared Kostia unexpectedly, with calm determination. "You can't refuse me that now. For God's sake, Kirylo, my soul, the police may be here any moment, and when they get you they'll immure you somewhere for ages, till your hair turns grey. I have down there the best trotter of Dad's stables, and a light sledge. We shall do 30 miles before the moon sets, and find some roadside station." Razumov looked up amazed. The journey was decided, unavoidable. He had fixed the next day for his departure on the mission, and now he discovered suddenly that he had not believed in it. He had gone about listening, speaking, thinking, planning his simulated flight, with the growing conviction that all this was preposterous. As if anybody ever did such things. It was like a game of make believe. And now he was amazed. Here was somebody who believed in it with desperate earnestness. "If I don't go now, at once," thought Razumov with a start of fear, "I shall never go." He rose without a word, and the anxious Kostia thrust his cap on him, helped him into his cloak, or else he would have left the room bareheaded as he stood. He was walking out silently when a sharp cry arrested him. "Kirylo!" "What?" He turned reluctantly in the doorway. Upright, with a stiffly extended arm, Kostia, his face set and white, was pointing an eloquent forefinger at the brown little packet lying forgotten in the circle of bright light on the table. Razumov hesitated, came back for it under the severe eyes of his companion, at whom he tried to smile. But the boyish, mad youth was frowning. "It's a dream," thought Razumov, putting the little parcel into his pocket and descending the stairs. "Nobody does such things." The other held him under the arm, whispering of dangers ahead, and of what he meant to do in certain contingencies. "Preposterous," murmured Razumov, as he was being tucked up in the sledge. He gave himself up to watching the development of the dream with extreme attention. It continued on foreseen lines, inexorably logical. The long drive, the wait at the small station, sitting by a stove. They did not exchange half a dozen words altogether. Kostia, gloomy himself, did not care to break the silence. At parting they embraced twice, it had to be done, and then Kostia vanished out of the dream. When dawn broke, Razumov, very still in a hot, stuffy railway car full of bedding and of sleeping people in all its dimly lighted length, rose quietly, lowered the glass a few inches, and flung out on the great plain of snow a small brown paper parcel. Then he sat down again, muffled up and motionless. For the people, he thought, staring out of the window. The great white desert of frozen, hard earth glided past his eyes without a sign of human habitation. That had been a waking act, and then the dream had him again. Prussia, Saxony, Würtemberg, faces, sights, words, all a dream, observed with an angry, compelled attention. Zurich, Geneva, still a dream, minutely followed, wearing one into harsh laughter, to fury, to death, with the fear of awakening at the end. End of Part 4, Chapter 1, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 2 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 2. Perhaps life is just that, reflected Razumov, pacing to and fro under the trees of the little island, all alone with the bronze statue of Rousseau. A dream and a fear.
The dusk deepened. The pages written over and torn out of his notebook were the first fruit of his mission. No dream that. They contained the assurance that he was on the eve of real discoveries. "I think there is no longer anything in the way of my being completely accepted." He had resumed his impressions in those pages, some of the conversations. He even went so far as to write, "By the by, I have discovered the personality of that terrible N. a horrible, paunchy brute. If I hear anything of his future movements I shall send a warning." The futility of all this overcame him like a curse. Even then he could not believe in the reality of his mission. He looked round despairingly, as if for some way to redeem his existence from that unconquerable feeling. He crushed angrily in his hand the pages of the notebook. "This must be posted," he thought. He gained the bridge and returned to the north shore, where he remembered having seen in one of the narrower streets a little obscure shop stocked with cheap wood carvings, its walls lined with extremely dirty cardboard bound volumes of a small circulating library. They sold stationery there too. A morose, shabby old man dozed behind the counter. A thin woman in black, with a sickly face, produced the envelope he had asked for without even looking at him. Razumov thought that these people were safe to deal with because they no longer cared for anything in the world. He addressed the envelope on the counter with the German name of a certain person living in Vienna. But Razumov knew that this, his first communication for Councillor Mikulin, would find its way to the Embassy there, be copied in cipher by somebody trustworthy, and sent on to its destination all safe along with the diplomatic correspondence. That was the arrangement contrived to cover up the track of the information from all unfaithful eyes, from all indiscretions, from all mishaps and treacheries. It was to make him safe, absolutely safe. He wandered out of the wretched shop and made for the post office. It was then that I saw him for the second time that day. He was crossing the Rue Mont Blanc with every appearance of an aimless stroller. He did not recognize me, but I made him out at some distance. He was very good looking, I thought, this remarkable friend of Miss Haldin's brother. I watched him go up to the letter box and then retrace his steps. Again he passed me very close, but I am certain he did not see me that time either. He carried his head well up, but he had the expression of a somnambulist struggling with the very dream which drives him forth to wander in dangerous places. My thoughts reverted to Natalia Haldin, to her mother. He was all that was left to them of their son and brother. The Westerner in me was discomposed. There was something shocking in the expression of that face. Had I been myself a conspirator, a Russian political refugee, I could have perhaps been able to draw some practical conclusion from this chance glimpse. As it was, it only discomposed me strongly, even to the extent of awakening an indefinite apprehension in regard to Natalia Haldin. All this is rather inexplicable, but such was the origin of the purpose I formed there and then to call on these ladies in the evening, after my solitary dinner. It was true that I had met Miss Haldin only a few hours before, but Mrs. Haldin herself I had not seen for some considerable time. The truth is, I had shirked calling of late. Poor Mrs. Haldin, I confess she frightened me a little. She was one of those natures, rare enough luckily, in which one cannot help being interested because they provoke both terror and pity. One dreads their contact for oneself, and still more for those one cares for. So clear it is that they are born to suffer and to make others suffer too. It is strange to think that, I won't say liberty, but the mere liberalism of outlook which for us is a matter of words, of ambitions, of votes, and if of feeling at all, then of the sort of feeling which leaves our deepest affections untouched, may be for other beings very much like ourselves and living under the same sky, a heavy trial of fortitude, a matter of tears and anguish and blood. Mrs. Haldin had felt the pangs of her own generation. There was that enthusiast brother of hers, the officer they shot under Nicholas. A faintly ironic resignation is no armour for a vulnerable heart. Mrs. Haldin, struck at through her children, was bound to suffer afresh from the past, and to feel the anguish of the future. She was of those who do not know how to heal themselves, of those who are too much aware of their heart, who, neither cowardly nor selfish, look passionately at its wounds and count the cost. Such thoughts as these seasoned my modest, lonely bachelor's meal. If anybody wishes to remark that this was a roundabout way of thinking of Natalia Haldin, I can only retort that she was well worth some concern. She had all her life before her. Let it be admitted, then, that I was thinking of Natalia Haldin's life in terms of her mother's character, a manner of thinking about a girl permissible for an old man, not too old yet to have become a stranger to pity. There was almost all her youth before her, a youth robbed arbitrarily of its natural lightness and joy, overshadowed by an un European despotism, a terribly sombre youth given over to the hazards of a furious strife between equally ferocious antagonisms. I lingered over my thoughts more than I should have done. One felt so helpless, and even worse, so unrelated in a way. At the last moment I hesitated as to going there at all. What was the good? The evening was already advanced when, turning into the Boulevard des Philosophes, I saw the light in the window at the corner. The blind was down, but I could imagine behind it Mrs. Haldin seated in the chair, in her usual attitude, looking out for some one, which had lately acquired the poignant quality of mad expectation. I thought that I was sufficiently authorized by the light to knock at the door. The ladies had not retired as yet. I only hoped they would not have any visitors of their own nationality. A broken down, retired Russian official was to be found there sometimes in the evening. He was infinitely forlorn and wearisome by his mere dismal presence. I think these ladies tolerated his frequent visits because of an ancient friendship with Mr. Haldin, the father, or something of that sort. I made up my mind that if I found him prosing away there in his feeble voice I should remain but a very few minutes. The door surprised me by swinging open before I could ring the bell. I was confronted by Miss Haldin in hat and jacket, obviously on the point of going out. At that hour! For the doctor, perhaps? Her exclamation of welcome reassured me. It sounded as if I had been the very man she wanted to see. My curiosity was awakened. She drew me in, and the faithful Anna, the elderly German maid, closed the door, but did not go away afterwards. She remained near it, as if in readiness to let me out presently. It appeared that Miss Haldin had been on the point of going out to find me. She spoke in a hurried manner very unusual with her. She would have gone straight and rung at Mrs. Ziegler's door, late as it was, for Mrs. Ziegler's habits. Mrs. Ziegler, the widow of a distinguished professor, who was an intimate friend of mine, lets me have 3 rooms out of her very large and fine apartment, which she didn't give up after her husband's death. But I have my own entrance opening on the same landing. It was an arrangement of at least 10 years' standing. I said that I was very glad that I had the idea to... Miss Haldin made no motion to take off her outdoor things. I observed her heightened colour, something pronouncedly resolute in her tone. Did I know where Mr. Razumov lived? Where Mr. Razumov lived? Mr. Razumov? At this hour? So urgently? I threw my arms up in sign of utter ignorance. I had not the slightest idea where he lived. If I could have foreseen her question only 3 hours ago, I might have ventured to ask him on the pavement before the new post office building, and possibly he would have told me, but very possibly, too, he would have dismissed me rudely to mind my own business. And possibly, I thought, remembering that extraordinary hallucined, anguished, and absent expression, he might have fallen down in a fit from the shock of being spoken to. I said nothing of all this to Miss Haldin, not even mentioning that I had a glimpse of the young man so recently. The impression had been so extremely unpleasant that I would have been glad to forget it myself. "I don't see where I could make inquiries," I murmured helplessly. I would have been glad to be of use in any way, and would have set off to fetch any man, young or old, for I had the greatest confidence in her common sense. "What made you think of coming to me for that information?" I asked. "It wasn't exactly for that," she said in a low voice. She had the air of some one confronted by an unpleasant task. "Am I to understand that you must communicate with Mr. Razumov this evening?" Natalia Haldin moved her head affirmatively, then, after a glance at the door of the drawing room, said in French, "C'est maman," and remained perplexed for a moment. Always serious, not a girl to be put out by any imaginary difficulties, my curiosity was suspended on her lips, which remained closed for a moment. What was Mr. Razumov's connection with this mention of her mother? Mrs. Haldin had not been informed of her son's friend's arrival in Geneva. "May I hope to see your mother this evening?" I inquired. Miss Haldin extended her hand as if to bar the way. "She is in a terrible state of agitation. Oh, you would not be able to detect. It's inward, but I who know mother, I am appalled. I haven't the courage to face it any longer. It's all my fault. I suppose I cannot play a part. I've never before hidden anything from mother. There has never been an occasion for anything of that sort between us. But you know yourself the reason why I refrained from telling her at once of Mr. Razumov's arrival here. You understand, don't you? Owing to her unhappy state. And there, I am no actress. My own feelings being strongly engaged, I somehow I don't know. She noticed something in my manner. She thought I was concealing something from her. She noticed my longer absences, and, in fact, as I have been meeting Mr. Razumov daily, I used to stay away longer than usual when I went out. Goodness knows what suspicions arose in her mind. You know that she has not been herself ever since. So this evening she, who has been so awfully silent for weeks, began to talk all at once. She said that she did not want to reproach me, that I had my character as she had her own, that she did not want to pry into my affairs or even into my thoughts. For her part, she had never had anything to conceal from her children. Cruel things to listen to. And all this in her quiet voice, with that poor, wasted face as calm as a stone. It was unbearable. Miss Haldin talked in an undertone and more rapidly than I had ever heard her speak before. That in itself was disturbing. The anteroom being strongly lighted, I could see under the veil the heightened colour of her face. She stood erect, her left hand was resting lightly on a small table, the other hung by her side without stirring. Now and then she caught her breath slightly. It was too startling. Just fancy, she thought that I was making preparations to leave her without saying anything. I knelt by the side of her chair and entreated her to think of what she was saying. She put her hand on my head, but she persists in her delusion all the same. She had always thought that she was worthy of her children's confidence, but apparently it was not so. Her son could not trust her love, nor yet her understanding, and now I was planning to abandon her in the same cruel and unjust manner, and so on and so on. Nothing I could say. It is morbid obstinacy. She said that she felt there was something, some change in me. If my convictions were calling me away, why this secrecy, as though she had been a coward or a weakling not safe to trust? As if my heart could play traitor to my children, she said. It was hardly to be borne. And she was smoothing my head all the time. It was perfectly useless to protest. She is ill. Her very soul is I did not venture to break the silence which fell between us. I looked into her eyes, glistening through the veil. "I changed!" she exclaimed in the same low tone. "My convictions calling me away." It was cruel to hear this, because my trouble is that I am weak and cannot see what I ought to do. You know that. And to end it all, I did a selfish thing. To remove her suspicions of myself, I told her of Mr. Razumov. It was selfish of me. You know we were completely right in agreeing to keep the knowledge away from her. Perfectly right. Directly I told her of our poor Victor's friend being here, I saw how right we have been. She ought to have been prepared, but in my distress I just blurted it out. Mother got terribly excited at once. "How long has he been here? What did he know? And why did he not come to see us at once, this friend of her Victor? What did that mean? Was she not to be trusted even with such memories as there were left of her son?" Just think how I felt seeing her, white like a sheet, perfectly motionless, with her thin hands gripping the arms of the chair. I told her it was all my fault. I could imagine the motionless dumb figure of the mother in her chair, there behind the door, near which the daughter was talking to me. The silence in there seemed to call aloud for vengeance against an historical fact and the modern instances of its working. That view flashed through my mind, but I could not doubt that Miss Haldin had had an atrocious time of it. I quite understood when she said that she could not face the night upon the impression of that scene. Mrs. Haldin had given way to most awful imaginings, to most fantastic and cruel suspicions. All this had to be lulled at all costs and without loss of time. It was no shock to me to learn that Miss Haldin had said to her, "I will go and bring him here at once." There was nothing absurd in that cry, no exaggeration of sentiment. I was not even doubtful in my "Very well, but how?" It was perfectly right that she should think of me, but what could I do in my ignorance of Mr. Razumov's quarters? "And to think he may be living near by, within a stone's throw, perhaps!" she exclaimed. I doubted it, but I would have gone off cheerfully to fetch him from the other end of Geneva. I suppose she was certain of my readiness, since her first thought was to come to me. But the service she meant to ask of me really was to accompany her to the Chateau Borel. I had an unpleasant mental vision of the dark road, of the sombre grounds, and the desolately suspicious aspect of that home of necromancy and intrigue and feminist adoration. I objected that Madame de S most likely would know nothing of what we wanted to find out. Neither did I think it likely that the young man would be found there. I remembered my glimpse of his face, and somehow gained the conviction that a man who looked worse than if he had seen the dead would want to shut himself up somewhere where he could be alone. I felt a strange certitude that Mr. Razumov was going home when I saw him. "It is really of Peter Ivanovitch that I was thinking," said Miss Haldin quietly. "Ah! He, of course, would know." I looked at my watch. It was 20 minutes past 9 only. Still! "I would try his hotel then," I advised. "He has rooms at the Cosmopolitan somewhere on the top floor." I did not offer to go by myself, simply from mistrust of the reception I should meet with. But I suggested the faithful Anna, with a note asking for the information. Anna was still waiting by the door at the other end of the room, and we two discussed the matter in whispers. Miss Haldin thought she must go herself. Anna was timid and slow. Time would be lost in bringing back the answer, and from that point of view it was getting late, for it was by no means certain that Mr. Razumov lived near by. "If I go myself," Miss Haldin argued, "I can go straight to him from the hotel. And in any case I should have to go out, because I must explain to Mr. Razumov personally, prepare him in a way. You have no idea of mother's state of mind." Her colour came and went. She even thought that both for her mother's sake and for her own it was better that they should not be together for a little time. Anna, whom her mother liked, would be at hand. "She could take her sewing into the room," Miss Haldin continued, leading the way to the door. Then, addressing in German the maid who opened it before us, "You may tell my mother that this gentleman called and has gone with me to find Mr. Razumov. She must not be uneasy if I am away for some length of time." We passed out quickly into the street, and she took deep breaths of the cool night air. "I did not even ask you," she murmured. "I should think not," I said with a laugh. The manner of my reception by the great feminist could not be considered now. That he would be annoyed to see me, and probably treat me to some solemn insolence, I had no doubt, but I supposed that he would not absolutely dare to throw me out, and that was all I cared for. "Won't you take my arm?" I asked. She did so in silence, and neither of us said anything worth recording till I let her go first into the great hall of the hotel. It was brilliantly lighted, and with a good many people lounging about. "I could very well go up there without you," I suggested. "I don't like to be left waiting in this place," she said in a low voice. "I will come too." I led her straight to the lift then. At the top floor the attendant directed us to the right. End of the corridor. The walls were white, the carpet red, electric lights blazed in profusion, and the emptiness, the silence, the closed doors, all alike and numbered, made me think of the perfect order of some severely luxurious model penitentiary on the solitary confinement principle. Up there under the roof of that enormous pile for housing travellers, no sound of any kind reached us. The thick crimson felt muffled our footsteps completely. We hastened on, not looking at each other till we found ourselves before the very last door of that long passage. Then our eyes met, and we stood thus for a moment, lending ear to a faint murmur of voices inside. "I suppose this is it," I whispered unnecessarily. I saw Miss Haldin's lips move without a sound, and after my sharp knock the murmur of voices inside ceased. A profound stillness lasted for a few seconds, and then the door was brusquely opened by a short, black eyed woman in a red blouse, with a great lot of nearly white hair, done up negligently in an untidy and unpicturesque manner. Her thin, jetty eyebrows were drawn together. I learned afterwards with interest that she was the famous, or the notorious, Sophia Antonovna, but I was struck then by the quaint Mephistophelian character of her inquiring glance, because it was so curiously evil-less, so I may say undevilish. It got softened still more as she looked up at Miss Haldin, who stated in her rich, even voice her wish to see Peter Ivanovitch for a moment. "I am Miss Haldin," she added. At this, with her brow completely smoothed out now, but without a word in answer, the woman in the red blouse walked away to a sofa and sat down, leaving the door wide open. And from the sofa, her hands lying on her lap, she watched us enter with her black, glittering eyes. Miss Haldin advanced into the middle of the room. I, faithful to my part of mere attendant, remained by the door after closing it behind me. The room, quite a large one, but with a low ceiling, was scantily furnished, and an electric bulb with a porcelain shade pulled low down over a big table, with a very large map spread on it, left its distant parts in a dim, artificial twilight. Peter Ivanovitch was not to be seen, neither was Mr. Razumov present. But on the sofa near Sophia Antonovna, a bony faced man with a goatee beard leaned forward with his hands on his knees, staring hard with a kindly expression. In a remote corner a broad pale face and a bulky shape could be made out, uncouth and as if insecure on the low seat on which it rested. The only person known to me was little Julius Laspara, who seemed to have been poring over the map, his feet twined tightly round the chair legs. He got down briskly and bowed to Miss Haldin, looking absurdly like a hook-nosed boy with a beautiful false pepper and salt beard. He advanced, offering his seat, which Miss Haldin declined. She had only come in for a moment to say a few words to Peter Ivanovitch. His high pitched voice became painfully audible in the room. "Strangely enough, I was thinking of you this very afternoon, Natalia Victorovna. I met Mr. Razumov. I asked him to write me an article on anything he liked. You could translate it into English with such a teacher." He nodded complimentarily in my direction. At the name of Razumov an indescribable sound, a sort of feeble squeak, as of some angry small animal, was heard in the corner occupied by the man who seemed much too large for the chair on which he sat. I did not hear what Miss Haldin said. Laspara spoke again. "It's time to do something, Natalia Victorovna. But I suppose you have your own ideas. Why not write something yourself? Suppose you came to see us soon, we could talk it over. Any advice?" Again I did not catch Miss Haldin's words. It was Laspara's voice once more. "Peter Ivanovitch? He's retired for a moment into the other room. We are all waiting for him." The great man, entering at that moment, looked bigger, taller, quite imposing, in a long dressing gown of some dark stuff. It descended in straight lines down to his feet. He suggested a monk or a prophet, a robust figure of some desert dweller, something Asiatic; and the dark glasses, in conjunction with this costume, made him more mysterious than ever in the subdued light. Little Laspara went back to his chair to look at the map, the only brilliantly lit object in the room. Even from my distant position by the door I could make out, by the shape of the blue part representing the water, that it was a map of the Baltic provinces. Peter Ivanovitch exclaimed slightly, advancing towards Miss Haldin, checked himself on perceiving me, very vaguely no doubt, and peered with his dark bespectacled stare. He must have recognized me by my grey hair, because, with a marked shrug of his broad shoulders, he turned to Miss Haldin in benevolent indulgence. He seized her hand in his thick cushioned palm, and put his other big paw over it like a lid. While those two standing in the middle of the floor were exchanging a few inaudible phrases, no one else moved in the room. Laspara, with his back to us, kneeling on the chair, his elbows propped on the big scale map, the shadowy enormity in the corner, the frankly staring man with the goatee on the sofa, the woman in the red blouse by his side, not one of them stirred. I suppose that really they had no time, for Miss Haldin withdrew her hand immediately from Peter Ivanovitch, and before I was ready for her was moving to the door. A disregarded Westerner, I threw it open hurriedly and followed her out, my last glance leaving them all motionless in their varied poses, Peter Ivanovitch alone standing up, with his dark glasses like an enormous blind teacher, and behind him the vivid patch of light on the coloured map, pored over by the diminutive Laspara. Later on, much later on, at the time of the newspaper rumours they were vague and soon died out of an abortive military conspiracy in Russia, I remembered the glimpse I had of that motionless group with its central figure. No details ever came out, but it was known that the revolutionary parties abroad had given their assistance, had sent emissaries in advance, that even money was found to despatch a steamer with a cargo of arms and conspirators to invade the Baltic provinces. And while my eyes scanned the imperfect disclosures, in which the world was not much interested, I thought that the old settled Europe had been given in my person, attending that Russian girl, something like a glimpse behind the scenes, a short strange glimpse on the top floor of a great hotel of all places in the world, the great man himself, the motionless great bulk in the corner of the slayer of spies and gendarmes. Yakovlitch, the veteran of ancient terrorist campaigns,
The woman, with her hair as white as mine and the lively black eyes, all in a mysterious half light, with the strongly lighted map of Russia on the table. The woman I had the opportunity to see again. As we were waiting for the lift she came hurrying along the corridor, with her eyes fastened on Miss Haldin's face, and drew her aside as if for a confidential communication. It was not long, a few words only. Going down in the lift, Natalia Haldin did not break the silence. It was only when out of the hotel and as we moved along the quay in the fresh darkness, spangled by the quay lights, reflected in the black water of the little port on our left hand, and with lofty piles of hotels on our right, that she spoke. "That was Sophia Antonovna. You know the woman?" "Yes, I know. The famous—" "The same. It appears that after we went out, Peter Ivanovitch told them why I had come. That was the reason she ran out after us. She named herself to me, and then she said, 'You are the sister of a brave man who shall be remembered. You may see better times.' I told her I hoped to see the time when all this would be forgotten, even if the name of my brother were to be forgotten too. Something moved me to say that. But you understand?" "Yes," I said. "You think of the era of concord and justice." "Yes. There is too much hate and revenge in that work. It must be done. It is a sacrifice, and so let it be all the greater. Destruction is the work of anger. Let the tyrants and the slayers be forgotten together, and only the reconstructors be remembered." "And did Sophia Antonovna agree with you?" I asked sceptically. "She did not say anything except, 'It is good for you to believe in love.' I should think she understood me. Then she asked me if I hoped to see Mr. Razumov presently. I said I trusted I could manage to bring him to see my mother this evening, as my mother had learned of his being here, and was morbidly impatient to learn if he could tell us something of Victor. He was the only friend of my brother we knew of, and a great intimate. She said, 'Oh, your brother, yes. Please tell Mr. Razumov that I have made public the story which came to me from St. Petersburg. It concerns your brother's arrest,' she added. 'He was betrayed by a man of the people, who has since hanged himself. Mr. Razumov will explain it all to you. I gave him the full information this afternoon. And please tell Mr. Razumov that Sophia Antonovna sends him her greetings. I am going away early in the morning, far away.'" And Miss Haldin added after a moment of silence, "I was so moved by what I heard so unexpectedly that I simply could not speak to you before. A man of the people! Oh, our poor people!" She walked slowly, as if tired out suddenly. Her head drooped. From the windows of a building with terraces and balconies came the banal sound of hotel music. Before the low, mean portals of the Casino two red posters blazed under the electric lamps with a cheap provincial effect, and the emptiness of the quays, the desert aspect of the streets, had an air of hypocritical respectability and of inexpressible dreariness. I had taken for granted she had obtained the address, and let myself be guided by her. On the Mont Blanc bridge, where a few dark figures seemed lost in the wide and long perspective defined by the lights, she said "It isn't very far from our house. I somehow thought it couldn't be. The address is Rue de Carouge. I think it must be one of those big new houses for artisans." She took my arm confidingly, familiarly, and accelerated her pace. There was something primitive in our proceedings. We did not think of the resources of civilization. A late tramcar overtook us, a row of fiacres stood by the railing of the garden. It never entered our heads to make use of these conveyances. She was too hurried perhaps, and as to myself, well, she had taken my arm confidingly. As we were ascending the easy incline of the Corraterie, all the shops shuttered and no light in any of the windows, as if all the mercenary population had fled at the end of the day, she said tentatively, "I could run in for a moment to have a look at mother. It would not be much out of the way." I dissuaded her. If Mrs. Haldin really expected to see Razumov that night, it would have been unwise to show herself without him. The sooner we got hold of the young man and brought him along to calm her mother's agitation, the better. She assented to my reasoning, and we crossed diagonally the Place du Théâtre, bluish grey with its floor of slabs of stone under the electric light, and the lonely equestrian statue all black in the middle. In the Rue de Carouge we were in the poorer quarters, and approaching the outskirts of the town. Vacant building plots alternated with high new houses. At the corner of a side street the crude light of a whitewashed shop
fell into the night, fan-like, through a wide doorway. One could see from a distance the inner wall with its scantily furnished shelves, and the deal counter painted brown. That was the house. Approaching it along the dark stretch of a fence of tarred planks, we saw the narrow, pallid face of the cut angle, 5 single windows high, without a gleam in them, and crowned by the heavy shadow of a jutting roof slope. "We must inquire in the shop," Miss Haldin directed me. A sallow, thinly whiskered man, wearing a dingy white collar and a frayed tie, laid down a newspaper, and leaning familiarly on both elbows far over the bare counter, answered that the person I was inquiring for was indeed his locataire on the third floor, but for the moment he was out. "For the moment," I repeated, after a glance at Miss Haldin. "Does this mean that you expect him back at once?" He was very gentle, with ingratiating eyes and soft lips. He smiled faintly, as though he knew all about everything. Mr. Razumov, after being absent all day, had returned early in the evening. He was very surprised about half an hour, or a little more since, to see him come down again. Mr. Razumov left his key, and in the course of some words which passed between them, had remarked that he was going out because he needed air. From behind the bare counter he went on smiling at us, his head held between his hands. Air, air! But whether that meant a long or a short absence it was difficult to say. The night was very close, certainly. After a pause, his ingratiating eyes turned to the door. He added, "The storm shall drive him in." "There's going to be a storm?" I asked. "Why, yes." As if to confirm his words we heard a very distant, deep, rumbling noise. Consulting Miss Haldin by a glance, I saw her so reluctant to give up her quest that I asked the shopkeeper, in case Mr. Razumov came home within half an hour, to beg him to remain downstairs in the shop. We would look in again presently. For all answer he moved his head imperceptibly. The approval of Miss Haldin was expressed by her silence. We walked slowly down the street, away from the town. The low garden walls of the modest villas, doomed to demolition, were overhung by the boughs of trees and masses of foliage, lighted from below by gas lamps. The violent and monotonous noise of the icy waters of the Arve falling over a dam swept towards us with a chilly draught of air across a great open space, where a double line of lamplights outlined a street as yet without houses. But on the other shore, overhung by the awful blackness of the thundercloud, a solitary dim light seemed to watch us with a weary stare. When we had strolled as far as the bridge, I said, "We had better get back." In the shop the sickly man was studying his smudgy newspaper, now spread out largely on the counter. He just raised his head when I looked in, and shook it negatively, pursing up his lips. I rejoined Miss Haldin outside at once, and we moved off at a brisk pace. She remarked that she would send Anna with a note the first thing in the morning. I respected her taciturnity, silence being perhaps the best way to show my concern. The semi rural street we followed on our return changed gradually to the usual town thoroughfare, broad and deserted. We did not meet 4 people altogether, and the way seemed interminable because my companion's natural anxiety had communicated itself sympathetically to me. At last we turned into the Boulevard des Philosophes, more wide, more empty, more dead, the very desolation of slumbering respectability. At the sight of the 2 lighted windows, very conspicuous from afar, I had the mental vision of Mrs. Haldin in her armchair, keeping a dreadful, tormenting vigil under the evil spell of an arbitrary rule, a victim of tyranny and revolution, a sight at once cruel and absurd. End of Part 4, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 3 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. "You will come in for a moment?" said Natalia Haldin. I demurred on account of the late hour. "You know mother likes you so much," she insisted. "I will just come in to hear how your mother is." She said, as if to herself, "I don't even know whether she will believe that I could not find Mr. Razumov, since she has taken it into her head that I am concealing something from her. You may be able to persuade her." "Your mother may mistrust me too," I observed. "You? Why?" What could you have to conceal from her? You are not a Russian nor a conspirator." I felt profoundly my European remoteness and said nothing, but I made up my mind to play my part of helpless spectator to the end. The distant rolling of thunder in the valley of the Rhone was coming nearer to the sleeping town of prosaic virtues and universal hospitality. We crossed the street opposite the great dark gateway, and Miss Haldin rang at the door of the apartment. It was opened almost instantly, as if the elderly maid had been waiting in the anteroom for our return. Her flat physiognomy had an air of satisfaction. "The gentleman was there," she declared, while closing the door. Neither of us understood. Miss Haldin turned round brusquely to her. "Who?" "Herr Razumov," she explained. She had heard enough of our conversation before we left to know why her young mistress was going out. Therefore, when the gentleman gave his name at the door, she admitted him at once. "No one could have foreseen that," Miss Haldin murmured, with her serious grey eyes fixed upon mine. And, remembering the expression of the young man's face seen not much more than 4 hours ago, the look of a haunted somnambulist, I wondered with a sort of awe. "You asked my mother first?" Miss Haldin inquired of the maid. "No, I announced the gentleman," she answered, surprised at our troubled faces. "Still," I said in an undertone, "your mother was prepared." "Yes, but he has no idea." It seemed to me she doubted his tact. To her question how long the gentleman had been with her mother, the maid told us that Der Herr had been in the drawing room no more than a short quarter of an hour. She waited a moment, then withdrew, looking a little scared. Miss Haldin gazed at me in silence. "As things have turned out," I said, "you happen to know exactly what your brother's friend has to tell your mother. And surely after that...." "Yes," said Natalia Haldin slowly. "I only wonder, as I was not here when he came, if it wouldn't be better not to interrupt now." We remained silent, and I suppose we both strained our ears, but no sound reached us through the closed door. The features of Miss Haldin expressed a painful irresolution. She made a movement as if to go in, but checked herself. She had heard footsteps on the other side of the door. It came open, and Razumov, without pausing, stepped out into the anteroom. The fatigue of that day and the struggle with himself had changed him so much that I would have hesitated to recognize that face which, only a few hours before, when he brushed against me in front of the post office, had been startling enough, but quite different. It had been not so livid then, and its eyes not so sombre. They certainly looked more sane now, but there was upon them the shadow of something consciously evil. I speak of that because at first their glance fell on me, though without any sort of recognition or even comprehension. I was simply in the line of his stare. I don't know if he had heard the bell or expected to see anybody. He was going out, I believe, and I do not think that he saw Miss Haldin till she advanced towards him a step or two. He disregarded the hand she put out. "It's you, Natalia Victorovna. Perhaps you are surprised at this late hour. But you see, I remembered our conversations in that garden. I thought really it was your wish that I should, without loss of time, so I came. No other reason. Simply to tell..." He spoke with difficulty. I noticed that, and remembered his declaration to the man in the shop that he was going out because he needed air. If that was his object, then it was clear that he had miserably failed. With downcast eyes and lowered head he made an effort to pick up the strangled phrase. "To tell what I have heard myself only to day, to day." Through the door he had not closed I had a view of the drawing room. It was lighted only by a shaded lamp. Mrs. Haldin's eyes could not support either gas or electricity. It was a comparatively big room, and in contrast with the strongly lighted anteroom its length was lost in semi transparent gloom backed by heavy shadows, and on that ground I saw the motionless figure of Mrs. Haldin, inclined slightly forward, with a pale hand resting on the arm of the chair. She did not move. With the window before her she had no longer that attitude suggesting expectation. The blind was down, and outside there was only the night sky harbouring a thunder cloud, and the town indifferent and hospitable in its cold, almost scornful toleration. A respectable town of refuge, to which all these sorrows and hopes were nothing. Her white head was bowed. The thought that the real drama of autocracy is not played on the great stage of politics came to me as, fated to be a spectator, I had this other glimpse behind the scenes, something more profound than the words and gestures of the public play. I had the certitude that this mother refused in her heart to give her son up after all. It was more than Rachel's inconsolable mourning. It was something deeper, more inaccessible in its frightful tranquillity. Lost in the ill‐defined mass of the high‐backed chair, her white, inclined profile suggested the contemplation of something in her lap, as though a beloved head were resting there. I had this glimpse behind the scenes, and then Miss Haldin, passing by the young man, shut the door. It was not done without hesitation. For a moment I thought that she would go to her mother, but she sent in only an anxious glance. Perhaps if Mrs. Haldin had moved, but no. There was in the immobility of that bloodless face the dreadful aloofness of suffering without remedy. Meantime the young man kept his eyes fixed on the floor. The thought that he would have to repeat the story he had told already was intolerable to him. He had expected to find the two women together, and then, he had said to himself, it would be over for all time, for all time. "It's lucky I don't believe in another world," he had thought cynically. Alone in his room, after having posted his secret letter, he had regained a certain measure of composure by writing in his secret diary. He was aware of the danger of that strange self indulgence. He alludes to it himself, but he could not refrain. It calmed him. It reconciled him to his existence. He sat there scribbling by the light of a solitary candle, till it occurred to him that having heard the explanation of Haldin's arrest, as put forward by Sophia Antonovna, it behoved him to tell these ladies himself. They were certain to hear the tale through some other channel, and then his abstention would look strange, not only to the mother and sister of Haldin, but to other people also. Having come to this conclusion, he did not discover in himself any marked reluctance to face the necessity, and very soon an anxiety to be done with it began to torment him. He looked at his watch. No, it was not absolutely too late. The 15 minutes with Mrs. Haldin were like the revenge of the unknown. That white face, that weak, distinct voice, that head, at first turned to him eagerly, then, after a while, bowed again and motionless, in the dim, still light of the room in which his words which he tried to subdue resounded so loudly, had troubled him like some strange discovery. And there seemed to be a secret obstinacy in that sorrow, something he could not understand, at any rate something he had not expected. Was it hostile? But it did not matter. Nothing could touch him now. In the eyes of the revolutionists there was now no shadow on his past. The phantom of Haldin had been indeed walked over, was left behind lying powerless and passive on the pavement covered with snow. And this was the phantom's mother, consumed with grief and white as a ghost. He had felt a pitying surprise. But that, of course, was of no importance. Mothers did not matter. He could not shake off the poignant impression of that silent, quiet, white‐haired woman, but a sort of sternness crept into his thoughts. These were the consequences. Well, what of it? "Am I then on a bed of roses?" he had exclaimed to himself, sitting at some distance with his eyes fixed upon that figure of sorrow. He had said all he had to say to her, and when he had finished she had not uttered a word. She had turned away her head while he was speaking. The silence which had fallen on his last words had lasted for 5 minutes or more. What did it mean? Before its incomprehensible character he became conscious of anger in his stern mood, the old anger against Haldin, reawakened by the contemplation of Haldin's mother. And was it not something like enviousness which gripped his heart, as if of a privilege denied to him alone of all the men that had ever passed through this world? It was the other who had attained to repose, and yet continued to exist in the affection of that mourning old woman, in the thoughts of all these people posing for lovers of humanity. It was impossible to get rid of him. "It's myself whom I have given up to destruction," thought Razumov. "He has induced me to do it. I can't shake him off." Alarmed by that discovery, he got up and strode out of the silent, dim room, with its silent old woman in the chair, that mother. He never looked back. It was frankly a flight. But on opening the door he saw his retreat cut off. There was the sister. He had never forgotten the sister,
only he had not expected to see her then, or ever any more perhaps. Her presence in the ante room was as unforeseen as the apparition of her brother had been. Razumov gave a start as though he had discovered himself cleverly trapped. He tried to smile, but could not manage it, and lowered his eyes. "Must I repeat that silly story now?" he asked himself, and felt a sinking sensation. Nothing solid had passed his lips since the day before, but he was not in a state to analyze the origins of his weakness. He meant to take up his hat and depart with as few words as possible, but Miss Haldin's swift movement to shut the door took him by surprise. He half turned after her, but without raising his eyes, passively, just as a feather might stir in the disturbed air. The next moment she was back in the place she had started from, with another half turn on his part, so that they came again into the same relative positions. "Yes, yes," she said hurriedly. "I am very grateful to you, Kirylo Sidorovitch, for coming at once like this. Only I wish I had... Did mother tell you?" "I wonder what she could have told me that I did not know before," he said, obviously to himself, but perfectly audible. "Because I always did know it," he added louder, as if in despair. He hung his head. He had such a strong sense of Natalia Haldin's presence that to look at her he felt would be a relief. It was she who had been haunting him now. He had suffered that persecution ever since she had suddenly appeared before him in the garden of the Villa Borel, with an extended hand and the name of her brother on her lips. The ante room had a row of hooks on the wall nearest to the outer door, while against the wall opposite there stood a small dark table and one chair. The paper, bearing a very faint design, was all but white. The light of an electric bulb, high up under the ceiling, searched that clear square box into its four bare corners, crudely, without shadows, a strange stage for an obscure drama. "What do you mean?" asked Miss Haldin. "What is it you knew always?" He raised his face, pale, full of unexpressed suffering; but that look in his eyes of dull, absent obstinacy, which struck and surprised everybody he was talking to, began to pass away. It was as though he were coming to himself in the awakened consciousness of that marvellous harmony of feature, of lines, of glances, of voice, which made of the girl before him a being so rare, outside and as it were above the common notion of beauty. He looked at her so long that she coloured slightly. "What is it that you knew?" she repeated vaguely. That time he managed to smile. "Indeed, if it had not been for a word of greeting or two, I would doubt whether your mother was aware at all of my existence. You understand?" Natalia Haldin nodded. Her hands moved slightly by her side. "Yes. Is it not heartbreaking? She has not shed a tear yet, not a single tear." "Not a tear? And you, Natalia Victorovna, you have been able to cry?" "I have. And then I am young enough, Kirylo Sidorovitch, to believe in the future. But when I see my mother so terribly distracted, I almost forget everything. I ask myself whether one should feel proud or only resigned. We had such a lot of people coming to see us. There were utter strangers who wrote, asking for permission to call, to present their respects. It was impossible to keep our door shut for ever. You know that Peter Ivanovitch himself... Oh yes, there was much sympathy, but there were persons who exulted openly at that death. Then, when I was left alone with poor mother, all this seemed so wrong in spirit, something not worth the price she is paying for it. But directly I heard you were here in Geneva, Kirylo Sidorovitch, I felt that you were the only person who could assist me." "In comforting a bereaved mother? Yes," he broke in a manner which made her open her clear, unsuspecting eyes. "But there is a question of fitness. Has this occurred to you?" There was a breathlessness in his utterance which contrasted with the monstrous hint of mockery in his intention. "Why?" whispered Natalia Haldin with feeling. "Who more fit than you?" He had a convulsive movement of exasperation, but controlled himself. "Indeed! Directly you heard that I was in Geneva, before even seeing me? It is another proof of that confidence which..." All at once his tone changed, became more incisive and more detached. "Men are poor creatures, Natalia Victorovna. They have no intuition of sentiment. In order to speak fittingly to a mother of her lost son, one must have had some experience of the filial relation. It is not the case with me, if you must know the whole truth. Your hopes have to deal here with a breast unwarmed by any affection, as the poet says.
That does not mean it is insensible," he added in a lower tone. "I am certain your heart is not unfeeling," said Miss Haldin softly. "No, it is not as hard as a stone," he went on in the same introspective voice, and looking as if his heart were lying as heavy as a stone in that unwarmed breast of which he spoke. "No, not so hard. But how to prove what you give me credit for ah, that's another question. No one has ever expected such a thing from me before. No one whom my tenderness would have been of any use to. And now you come. You now! No, Natalia Victorovna, it's too late. You come too late. You must expect nothing from me." She recoiled from him a little, though he had made no movement, as if she had seen some change in his face, charging his words with the significance of some hidden sentiment they shared together. To me, the silent spectator, they looked like two people becoming conscious of a spell which had been lying on them ever since they first set eyes on each other. Had either of them cast a glance then in my direction, I would have opened the door quietly and gone out. But neither did, and I remained every fear of indiscretion lost in the sense of my enormous remoteness from their captivity, within the sombre horizon of Russian problems, the boundary of their eyes, of their feelings, the prison of their souls. Frank, courageous, Miss Haldin controlled her voice in the midst of her trouble. "What can this mean?" she asked, as if speaking to herself. "It may mean that you have given yourself up to vain imaginings, while I have managed to remain amongst the truth of things, and the realities of life, our Russian life, such as they are." "They are cruel," she murmured. "And ugly. Don't forget that. And ugly. Look where you like. Look near you, here abroad where you are, and then look back at home whence you came. One must look beyond the present." Her tone had an ardent conviction. "The blind can do that best. I have had the misfortune to be born clear eyed. And if you only knew what strange things I have seen. What amazing and unexpected apparitions. But why talk of all this?" "On the contrary, I want to talk of all this with you," she protested with earnest serenity. The sombre humours of her brother's friend left her unaffected, as though that bitterness, that suppressed anger were the signs of an indignant rectitude. She saw that he was not an ordinary person, and perhaps she did not want him to be other than he appeared to her trustful eyes. "Yes, with you especially," she insisted. "With you of all the Russian people in the world." A faint smile dwelt for a moment on her lips. "I am like poor mother in a way. I too seem unable to give up our beloved dead, who, don't forget, was all in all to us. I don't want to abuse your sympathy, but you must understand that it is in you that we can find all that is left of his generous soul." I was looking at him. Not a muscle of his face moved in the least. And yet, even at the time, I did not suspect him of insensibility. It was a sort of rapt thoughtfulness. Then he stirred slightly. "You are going, Kirylo Sidorovitch?" she asked. "I? Going? Where?" "Oh yes, but I must tell you first." His voice was muffled, and he forced himself to produce it with visible repugnance, as if speech were something disgusting or deadly. "That story, you know the story I heard this afternoon." "I know the story already," she said sadly. "You know it? Have you correspondents in St. Petersburg too?" "No. It's Sophia Antonovna. I have seen her just now. She sends you her greetings. She is going away to morrow." He had lowered at last his fascinated glance. She too was looking down, and standing thus before each other in the glaring light, between the four bare walls, they seemed brought out from the confused immensity of the eastern borders to be exposed cruelly to the observation of my western eyes. And I observed them. There was nothing else to do. My existence seemed so utterly forgotten by these two that I dared not now make a movement. And I thought to myself that, of course, they had to come together, the sister and the friend of that dead man. The ideas, the hopes, the aspirations, the cause of freedom, expressed in their common affection for Victor Haldin, the moral victim of autocracy, all this must draw them to each other fatally. Her very ignorance and his loneliness, to which he had alluded so strangely, must work to that end. And, indeed, I saw that the work was done already. Of course. It was manifest that they must have been thinking of each other for a long time before they met. She had the letter from that beloved brother kindling her imagination by the severe praise attached to that one name. And for him to see that exceptional girl was enough. The only cause for surprise was his gloomy aloofness before her clearly expressed welcome. But he was young, and however austere and devoted to his revolutionary ideals, he was not blind. The period of reserve was over. He was coming forward in his own way. I could not mistake the significance of this late visit, for in what he had to say there was nothing urgent. The true cause dawned upon me. He had discovered that he needed her, and she was moved by the same feeling. It was the second time that I saw them together, and I knew that next time they met I would not be there, either remembered or forgotten. I would have virtually ceased to exist for both these young people. I made this discovery in a very few moments. Meantime Natalia Haldin was telling Razumov briefly of our peregrinations from one end of Geneva to the other. While speaking she raised her hands above her head to untie her veil, and that movement displayed for an instant the seductive grace of her youthful figure, clad in the simplest of mourning. In the transparent shadow the hat rim threw on her face her grey eyes had an enticing lustre. Her voice, with its unfeminine yet exquisite timbre, was steady, and she spoke quickly, frank, unembarrassed. As she justified her action by the mental state of her mother, a spasm of pain marred the generously confiding harmony of her features. I perceived that with his downcast eyes he had the air of a man who is listening to a strain of music rather than to articulated speech. And in the same way, after she had ceased, he seemed to listen yet, motionless, as if under the spell of suggestive sound. He came to himself, muttering "Yes, yes. She has not shed a tear. She did not seem to hear what I was saying. I might have told her anything. She looked as if no longer belonging to this world." Miss Haldin gave signs of profound distress. Her voice faltered. "You don't know how bad it has come to be. She expects now to see him." The veil dropped from her fingers, and she clasped her hands in anguish. "It shall end by her seeing him," she cried. Razumov raised his head sharply, and attached on her a prolonged, thoughtful glance. "H'm. That's very possible," he muttered in a peculiar tone, as if giving his opinion on a matter of fact. "I wonder what..." He checked himself. "That would be the end. Her mind shall be gone then, and her spirit will follow." Miss Haldin unclasped her hands and let them fall by her side. "You think so?" he queried profoundly. Miss Haldin's lips were slightly parted. Something unexpected and unfathomable in that young man's character had fascinated her from the first. "No, there's neither truth nor consolation to be got from the phantoms of the dead," he added after a weighty pause. "I might have told her something true. For instance, that your brother meant to save his life, to escape. There can be no doubt of that. But I did not." "You did not? But why?" "I don't know. Other thoughts came into my head," he answered. He seemed to me to be watching himself inwardly, as though he were trying to count his own heartbeats, while his eyes never for a moment left the face of the girl. "You were not there," he continued. "I had made up my mind never to see you again." This seemed to take her breath away for a moment. "You... how is it possible?" "You may well ask. However, I think that I refrained from telling your mother from prudence. I might have assured her that in the last conversation he held as a free man he mentioned you both." "That last conversation was with you," she struck in her deep, moving voice. "Some day you must...." "It was with me. Of you he said that you had trustful eyes. And why I have not been able to forget that phrase I don't know. It meant that there is in you no guile, no deception, no falsehood, no suspicion. Nothing in your heart that could give you a conception of a living, acting, speaking lie if ever it came in your way. That you are a predestined victim? Ha! What a devilish suggestion!" The convulsive, uncontrolled tone of the last words disclosed the precarious hold he had over himself. He was like a man defying his own dizziness in high places, and tottering suddenly on the very edge of the precipice. Miss Haldin pressed her hand to her breast. The dropped black veil lay on the floor between them. Her movement steadied him. He looked intently on that hand till it descended slowly, and then raised again his eyes to her face. But he did not give her time to speak. No, you don't understand? Very well." He had recovered his calm by a miracle of will. "So you talked with Sophia Antonovna?" "Yes. Sophia Antonovna told me." Miss Haldin stopped, wonder growing in her wide eyes. "H'm. That's the respectable enemy," he muttered, as though he were alone. "The tone of her references to you was extremely friendly," remarked Miss Haldin, after waiting for a while. "Is that your impression? And she the most intelligent of the lot, too. Things, then, are going as well as possible. Everything conspires to... Ah! These conspirators," he said slowly, with an accent of scorn. "They would get hold of you in no time. You know, Natalia Victorovna, I have the greatest difficulty in saving myself from the superstition of an active Providence. It's irresistible. The alternative, of course, would be the personal devil of our simple ancestors. But if so, he has overdone it altogether, the old father of lies. Our national patron, our domestic god, whom we take with us when we go abroad. He has overdone it. It seems that I am not simple enough. That's it. I ought to have known. And I did know it," he added in a tone of poignant distress, which overcame my astonishment. "This man is deranged," I said to myself, very much frightened. The next moment he gave me a very special impression, beyond the range of commonplace definitions. It was as though he had stabbed himself outside and had come in there to show it; and more than that, as though he were turning the knife in the wound and watching the effect. That was the impression, rendered in physical terms. One could not defend oneself from a certain amount of pity. But it was for Miss Haldin, already so tried in her deepest affections, that I felt a serious concern. Her attitude, her face, expressed compassion, struggling with doubt on the verge of terror. "What is it, Kirylo Sidorovitch?" There was a hint of tenderness in that cry. He only stared at her in that complete surrender of all his faculties, which in a happy lover would have had the name of ecstasy. "Why are you looking at me like this, Kirylo Sidorovitch? I have approached you frankly. I need at this time to see clearly in myself." She ceased for a moment, as if to give him an opportunity to utter at last some word worthy of her exalted trust in her brother's friend. His silence became impressive, like a sign of a momentous resolution. In the end Miss Haldin went on appealingly. "I have waited for you anxiously. But now that you have been moved to come to us in your kindness, you alarm me. You speak obscurely. It seems as if you were keeping back something from me." "Tell me, Natalia Victorovna," he was heard at last in a strange unringing voice, "whom did you see in that place?" She was startled, and as if deceived in her expectations. "Where? In Peter Ivanovitch's room? There was Mr. Laspara and three other people." "Ha! The vanguard, the forlorn hope of the great plot," he commented to himself. "Bearers of the spark to start an explosion which is meant to change fundamentally the lives of so many millions in order that Peter Ivanovitch should be the head of a state." "You are teasing me," she said. "Our dear one told me once to remember that men serve always something greater than themselves the idea." "Our dear one," he repeated slowly. The effort he made to appear unmoved absorbed all the force of his soul. He stood before her like a being with hardly a breath of life. His eyes, even as under great physical suffering, had lost all their fire. "Ah, your brother! But on your lips, in your voice it sounds... and indeed in you everything is divine. I wish I could know the innermost depths of your thoughts, of your feelings." "But why, Kirylo Sidorovitch?" she cried, alarmed by these words coming out of strangely lifeless lips. "Have no fear. It is not to betray you. So you went there? And Sophia Antonovna, what did she tell you then?" "She said very little, really. She knew that I should hear everything from you. She had no time for more than a few words." Miss Haldin's voice dropped, and she became silent for a moment. "The man, it appears, has taken his life," she said sadly. "Tell me, Natalia Victorovna," he asked after a pause, "do you believe in remorse?" "What a question!" "What can you know of it?" he muttered thickly. "It is not for such as you. What I meant to ask was whether you believed in the efficacy of remorse." She hesitated as though she had not understood, then her face lighted up. "Yes," she said firmly. "So he is absolved. Moreover, that Ziemianitch was a brute, a drunken brute." A shudder passed through Natalia Haldin. But a man of the people," Razumov went on, "to whom they, the revolutionists, tell a tale of sublime hopes well, the people must be forgiven. And you must not believe all you've heard from that source either," he added, with a sort of sinister reluctance. "You are concealing something from me," she exclaimed. "Do you, Natalia Victorovna, believe in the duty of revenge?" "Listen, Kirylo Sidorovitch. I believe that the future shall be merciful to us all. Revolutionist and reactionary, victim and executioner, betrayer and betrayed, they shall all be pitied together when the light breaks on our black sky at last. Pitied and forgotten, for without that there can be no union and no love." "I hear. No revenge for you then? Never? Not the least bit?" He smiled bitterly with his colourless lips. "You yourself are like the very spirit of that merciful future. Strange that it does not make it easier. No, but suppose that the real betrayer of your brother Ziemianitch had a part in it too, but insignificant and quite involuntary suppose that he was a young man, educated, an intellectual worker, thoughtful, a man your brother might have trusted lightly, perhaps, but still, suppose but there's a whole story there." "And you know the story? But why, then?" "I have heard it. There is a staircase in it, and even phantoms. But that does not matter if a man always serves something greater than himself the idea. I wonder who is the greatest victim in that tale?" "In that tale?" Miss Haldin repeated. She seemed turned into stone. "Do you know why I came to you? It is simply because there is no one anywhere in the whole great world I could go to. Do you understand what I say? Not one to go to. Do you conceive the desolation of the thought? No one to go to." Utterly misled by her own enthusiastic interpretation of two lines in the letter of a visionary, under the spell of her own dread of lonely days in their overshadowed world of angry strife, she was unable to see the truth struggling on his lips. What she was conscious of was the obscure form of his suffering. She was on the point of extending her hand to him impulsively when he spoke again. "An hour after I saw you first I knew how it would be. The terrors of remorse, revenge, confession, anger, hate, fear, are like nothing to the atrocious temptation which you put in my way the day you appeared before me with your voice, with your face, in the garden of that accursed villa." She looked utterly bewildered for a moment, then, with a sort of despairing insight, went straight to the point. "The story, Kirylo Sidorovitch, the story." "There is no more to tell." He made a movement forward, and she actually put her hand on his shoulder to push him away, but her strength failed her, and he kept his ground, though trembling in every limb. "It ends here, on this very spot." He pressed a denunciatory finger to his breast with force, and became perfectly still. I ran forward, snatching up the chair, and was in time to catch hold of Miss Haldin and lower her down. As she sank into it she swung half round on my arm, and remained averted from us both, drooping over the back. He looked at her with an appalling, expressionless tranquillity. Incredulity, struggling with astonishment, anger, and disgust, deprived me for a time of the power of speech. Then I turned on him, whispering from very rage "This is monstrous! What are you staying for? Don't let her catch sight of you again. Go away." He did not budge. "Don't you understand that your presence is intolerable, even to me? If there's any sense of shame in you...." Slowly his sullen eyes moved in my direction. "How did this old man come here?" he muttered, astounded. Suddenly Miss Haldin sprang up from the chair, made a few steps, and tottered. Forgetting my indignation and even the man himself, I hurried to her assistance. I took her by the arm and she let me lead her into the drawing room. Away from the lamp, in the deeper dusk of the distant end, the profile of Mrs. Haldin, her hands, her whole figure, had the stillness of a sombre painting. Miss Haldin stopped and pointed mournfully at the tragic immobility of her mother, who seemed to watch a beloved head lying in her lap. That gesture had an unequalled force of expression, so far reaching in its human distress that one could not believe that it pointed out merely the ruthless working of political institutions. After assisting Miss Haldin to the sofa, I turned round to go back and shut the door. Framed in the opening, in the searching glare of the white ante room,
My eyes fell on Razumov, still there, standing before the empty chair, as if rooted for ever to the spot of his atrocious confession. A wonder came over me that the mysterious force which had torn it out of him had failed to destroy his life, to shatter his body. It was there unscathed. I stared at the broad line of his shoulders, his dark head, the amazing immobility of his limbs. At his feet the veil dropped by Miss Haldin looked intensely black in the white crudity of the light. He was gazing at it spellbound. Next moment, stooping with an incredible, savage swiftness, he snatched it up and pressed it to his face with both hands. Something, extreme astonishment perhaps, dimmed my eyes, so that he seemed to vanish before he moved. The slamming of the outer door restored my sight, and I went on contemplating the empty chair and the empty anteroom. The meaning of what I had seen reached my mind with a staggering shock. I seized Natalia Haldin by the shoulder. "That miserable wretch has carried off your veil," I cried, in the scared, deadened voice of an awful discovery. "He..." The rest remained unspoken. I stepped back and looked down at her in silent horror. Her hands were lying lifelessly, palms upwards on her lap. She raised her grey eyes slowly. Shadows seemed to come and go in them, as if the steady flame of her soul had been made to vacillate at last in the cross currents of poisoned air from the corrupted dark immensity, claiming her for its own, where virtues themselves fester into crimes in the cynicism of oppression and revolt. It is impossible to be more unhappy. The languid whisper of her voice struck me with dismay. It is impossible. I feel my heart becoming like ice. End of Part 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 4 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 4. Razumov walked straight home on the wet, glistening pavement. A heavy shower passed over him. Distant lightning played faintly against the fronts of the dumb houses with the shuttered shops all along the Rue de Carouge. And now and then, after the faint flash, there was a faint sleepy rumble. But the main forces of the thunderstorm remained massed down the Rhone valley, as if loath to attack the respectable and passionless abode of democratic liberty, the serious-minded town of dreary hotels, tendering the same indifferent hospitality to tourists of all nations and to international conspirators of every shade. The owner of the shop was making ready to close when Razumov entered, and without a word extended his hand for the key of his room. On reaching it for him from a shelf, the man was about to pass a small joke as to taking the air in a thunderstorm, but, after looking at the face of his lodger, he only observed, just to say something, "You've got very wet." "Yes, I am washed clean," muttered Razumov, who was dripping from head to foot, and passed through the inner door towards the staircase leading to his room. He did not change his clothes, but after lighting the candle, took off his watch and chain, laid them on the table, and sat down at once to write. The book of his compromising record was kept in a locked drawer, which he pulled out violently and did not even trouble to push back afterwards. In this queer pedantism of a man who had read, thought, lived, pen in hand, there is the sincerity of the attempt to grapple by the same means with another profounder knowledge. After some passages which have been already made use of in the building up of this narrative, or add nothing new to the psychological side of this disclosure, there is even one more allusion to the silver medal in this last entry, comes a page and a half of incoherent writing, where his expression is baffled by the novelty and the mysteriousness of that side of our emotional life to which his solitary existence had been a stranger. Then only he begins to address directly the reader he had in his mind, trying to express in broken sentences full of wonder and awe the sovereign he uses that very word power of her person over his imagination, in which lay the dormant seed of her brother's words. "The most trustful eyes in the world," your brother said of you, when he was as well as a dead man already. And when you stood before me with your hand extended, I remembered the very sound of his voice, and I looked into your eyes, and that was enough.
I knew that something had happened, but I did not know then what. But don't be deceived, Natalia Victorovna. I believed that I had in my breast nothing but an inexhaustible fund of anger and hate for you both. I remembered that he had looked to you for the perpetuation of his visionary soul. He, this man who had robbed me of my hard working, purposeful existence. I, too, had my guiding idea. And remember that, amongst us, it is more difficult to lead a life of toil and self denial than to go out in the street and kill from conviction. But enough of that. Hate or no hate, I felt at once that, while shunning the sight of you, I could never succeed in driving away your image. I would say, addressing that dead man, "Is this the way you are going to haunt me?" It is only later on that I understood, only today, only a few hours ago. What could I have known of what was tearing me to pieces and dragging the secret forever to my lips? You were appointed to undo the evil by making me betray myself back into truth and peace. You! And you have done it in the same way, too, in which he ruined me, by forcing upon me your confidence. Only what I detested him for, in you ended by appearing noble and exalted. But, I repeat, be not deceived. I was given up to evil. I exulted in having induced that silly, innocent fool to steal his father's money. He was a fool, but not a thief. I made him one. It was necessary. I had to confirm myself in my contempt and hate for what I betrayed. I had suffered from as many vipers in my heart as any social democrat of them all vanity, ambitions, jealousies, shameful desires, evil passions of envy and revenge. I had my security stolen from me, years of good work, my best hopes. Listen. Now comes the true confession. The other was nothing. To save me, your trustful eyes had to entice my thought to the very edge of the blackest treachery. I could see them constantly looking at me with the confidence of your pure heart, which had not been touched by evil things. Victor Holden had stolen the truth of my life from me, who had nothing else in the world, and he boasted of living on through you on this earth, where I had no place to lay my head on. She will marry some day, he had said, and your eyes were trustful. And do you know what I said to myself? I shall steal his sister's soul from her. When we met that first morning in the gardens, and you spoke to me confidingly in the generosity of your spirit, I was thinking, yes, he himself, by talking of her trustful eyes, has delivered her into my hands. If you could have looked then into my heart, you would have cried out aloud with terror and disgust. Perhaps no one will believe the baseness of such an intention to be possible. It's certain that, when we parted that morning, I gloated over it. I brooded upon the best way. The old man you introduced me to insisted on walking with me. I don't know who he is. He talked of you, of your lonely, helpless state, and every word of that friend of yours was egging me on to the unpardonable sin of stealing a soul. Could he have been the devil himself in the shape of an old Englishman? Natalia Victorovna, I was possessed. I returned to look at you every day and drink in your presence the poison of my infamous intention. But I foresaw difficulties. Then Sophia Antonovna, of whom I was not thinking (I had forgotten her existence), appears suddenly with that tale from St. Petersburg. The only thing needed to make me safe, a trusted revolutionist forever. It was as if Ziemianitch had hanged himself to help me on to further crime. The strength of falsehood seemed irresistible. These people stood doomed by the folly and the illusion that was in them, they being themselves the slaves of lies. Natalia Victorovna, I embraced the might of falsehood, I exulted in it. I gave myself up to it for a time. Who could have resisted? You yourself were the prize of it. I sat alone in my room, planning a life, the very thought of which makes me shudder now, like a believer who had been tempted to an atrocious sacrilege. But I brooded ardently over its images. The only thing was that there seemed to be no air in it. And also I was afraid of your mother. I never knew mine. I've never known any kind of love. There is something in the mere word. Of you I was not afraid. Forgive me for telling you this. No, not of you. You were truth itself. You could not suspect me. As to your mother, you yourself feared already that her mind had given way from grief. Who could believe anything against me? Had not Ziemianitch hanged himself from remorse? I said to myself, let's put it to the test, and be done with it once for all. I trembled when I went in, but your mother hardly listened to what I was saying to her, and, in a little while, seemed to have forgotten my very existence.
I sat looking at her. There was no longer anything between you and me. You were defenseless, and soon, very soon, you would be alone. I thought of you, defenseless. For days you have talked with me, opening your heart. I remembered the shadow of your eyelashes over your grey, trustful eyes. And your pure forehead. It is low like the forehead of statues, calm, unstained. It was as if your pure brow bore a light which fell on me, searched my heart and saved me from ignominy, from ultimate undoing. And it saved you too. Pardon my presumption, but there was that in your glances which seemed to tell me that you, your light, your truth. I felt that I must tell you that I had ended by loving you. And to tell you that, I must first confess. Confess, go out, and perish. Suddenly you stood before me. You alone in all the world to whom I must confess. You fascinated me. You have freed me from the blindness of anger and hate. The truth shining in you drew the truth out of me. Now I have done it. And as I write here I am in the depths of anguish. But there is air to breathe at last. Air. And by the by, that old man sprang up from somewhere as I was speaking to you, and raged at me like a disappointed devil. I suffer horribly, but I am not in despair. There is only one more thing to do for me. After that, if they let me, I shall go away and bury myself in obscure misery. In giving Victor Haldin up, it was myself, after all, whom I have betrayed most basely. You must believe what I say now. You can't refuse to believe this. Most basely. It is through you that I came to feel this so deeply. After all, it is they and not I who have the right on their side. Theirs is the strength of invisible powers. So be it. Only don't be deceived, Natalia Victorovna. I am not converted. Have I then the soul of a slave? No. I am independent, and therefore perdition is my lot. On these words he stopped writing, shut the book, and wrapped it in the black veil he had carried off. He then ransacked the drawers for paper and string, made up a parcel which he addressed to Miss Haldin, Boulevard des Philosophes, and then flung the pen away from him into a distant corner. This done, he sat down with the watch before him. He could have gone out at once, but the hour had not struck yet. The hour would be midnight. There was no reason for that choice except that the facts and the words of a certain evening in his past were timing his conduct in the present. The sudden power Natalia Haldin had gained over him he ascribed to the same cause. "You don't walk with impunity over a phantom's breast," he heard himself mutter. "Thus he saves me," he thought suddenly. He himself, the betrayed man. The vivid image of Miss Haldin seemed to stand by him, watching him relentlessly. She was not disturbing. He had done with life. And his thought even in her presence tried to take an impartial survey. Now his scorn extended to himself. I had neither the simplicity, nor the courage, nor the self-possession to be a scoundrel, or an exceptionally able man. For who, with us in Russia, is to tell a scoundrel from an exceptionally able man? He was the puppet of his past, because at the very stroke of midnight he jumped up and ran swiftly downstairs, as if confident that, by the power of destiny, the house door would fly open before the absolute necessity of his errand. And as a matter of fact, just as he got to the bottom of the stairs, it was opened for him by some people of the house, coming home late, two men and a woman. He slipped out through them into the street, swept then by a fitful gust of wind. They were, of course, very much startled. A flash of lightning enabled them to observe him walking away quickly. One of the men shouted and was starting in pursuit, but the woman had recognized him. "It's all right. It's only that young Russian from the third floor." The darkness returned with a single clap of thunder, like a gun fired for a warning of his escape from the prison of lies. He must have heard at some time or other, and now remembered unconsciously, that there was to be a gathering of revolutionists at the house of Julius Laspara that evening. At any rate, he made straight for the Laspara house, and found himself without surprise ringing at its street door, which of course was closed. By that time the thunderstorm had attacked in earnest. The steep incline of the street ran with water, the thick fall of rain enveloped him like a luminous veil in the play of lightning. He was perfectly calm, and, between the crashes, listened attentively to the delicate tinkling of the door bell somewhere within the house. There was some difficulty before he was admitted. His person was not known to that one of the guests who had volunteered to go downstairs and see what was the matter.
Razumov argued with him patiently. There could be no harm in admitting a caller. He had something to communicate to the company upstairs. Something of importance? That'll be for the hearers to judge. Urgent? Without a moment's delay. Meantime one of the Laspara daughters descended the stairs, small lamp in hand, in a grimy and crumpled gown, which seemed to hang on her by a miracle, and looking more than ever like an old doll with a dusty brown wig, dragged from under a sofa. She recognized Razumov at once. "How do you do? Of course you may come in." Following her light, Razumov climbed 2 flights of stairs from the lower darkness. Leaving the lamp on a bracket on the landing, she opened a door and went in, accompanied by the sceptical guest. Razumov entered last. He closed the door behind him and, stepping on one side, put his back against the wall. The 3 little rooms, en suite, with low, smoky ceilings and lit by paraffin lamps, were crammed with people. Loud talking was going on in all 3, and tea glasses, full, half full, and empty, stood everywhere, even on the floor. The other Laspara girl sat, dishevelled and languid, behind an enormous samovar. In the inner doorway Razumov had a glimpse of the protuberance of a large stomach, which he recognized. Only a few feet from him Julius Laspara was getting down hurriedly from his high stool. The appearance of the midnight visitor caused no small sensation. Laspara is very summary in his version of that night's happenings. After some words of greeting disregarded by Razumov, Laspara, ignoring purposely his guest's soaked condition and his extraordinary manner of presenting himself, mentioned something about writing an article. He was growing uneasy, and Razumov appeared absent minded. "I have written already all I shall ever write," he said at last, with a little laugh. The whole company's attention was riveted on the newcomer, dripping with water, deadly pale, and keeping his position against the wall. Razumov put Laspara gently aside, as though he wished to be seen from head to foot by everybody. By then the buzz of conversations had died down completely, even in the most distant of the 3 rooms. The doorway facing Razumov became blocked with men and women, who craned their necks and certainly seemed to expect something startling to happen. A squeaky, insolent declaration was heard from that group. "I know this ridiculously conceited individual." "What individual?" asked Razumov, raising his bowed head, and searching with his eyes all the eyes fixed upon him. An intense surprised silence lasted for a time. "If it's me " He stopped, thinking over the form of his confession, and found it suddenly, unavoidably suggested by the fateful evening of his life. "I am come here," he began in a clear voice, "to talk of an individual called Ziemianitch. Sophia Antonovna has informed me that she would make public a certain letter from St. Petersburg." "Sophia Antonovna has left us early in the evening," said Laspara. "It's quite correct. Everybody here has heard." "Very well," Razumov interrupted with a shade of impatience, for his heart was beating strongly. Then, mastering his voice so far that there was even a touch of irony in his clear, forcible enunciation, "In justice to that individual, the much ill-used peasant Ziemianitch, I now declare solemnly that the conclusions of that letter calumniate a man of the people, a bright Russian soul. Ziemianitch had nothing to do with the actual arrest of Victor Haldin." Razumov dwelt on the name heavily, and then waited till the faint mournful murmur which greeted it had died out. "Victor Victorovitch Haldin," he began again, "acting with, no doubt, noble-minded imprudence, took refuge with a certain student of whose opinions he knew nothing but what his own illusions suggested to his generous heart. It was an unwise display of confidence. But I am not here to appreciate the actions of Victor Haldin. Am I to tell you of the feelings of that student, sought out in his obscure solitude, and menaced by the complicity forced upon him? Am I to tell you what he did? It's a rather complicated story. In the end the student went to General T himself and said, 'I have the man who killed de P locked up in my room, Victor Haldin, a student like myself.'" A great buzz arose, in which Razumov raised his voice. "Observe, that man had certain honest ideals in view, but I didn't come here to explain him." "No, but you must explain how you know all this," came in grave tones from somebody. "A vile coward!" This simple cry vibrated with indignation. "Name him!" shouted other voices. "What are you clamouring for?" said Razumov disdainfully, in the profound silence which fell on the raising of his hand. Haven't you all understood that I am that man?" Laspara went away brusquely from his side and climbed upon his stool. In the first forward surge of people towards him Razumov expected to be torn to pieces, but they fell back without touching him, and nothing came of it but noise. It was bewildering. His head ached terribly. In the confused uproar he made out several times the name of Peter Ivanovitch, the word "judgment," and the phrase, "But this is a confession," uttered by somebody in a desperate shriek. In the midst of the tumult a young man, younger than himself, approached him with blazing eyes. "I must beg you," he said, with venomous politeness, "to be good enough not to move from this spot till you are told what you are to do." Razumov shrugged his shoulders. "I came in voluntarily." "Maybe. But you won't go out till you are permitted," retorted the other. He beckoned with his hand, calling out, "Luisa, Luisa, come here, please." And presently one of the Laspara girls they had been staring at Razumov from behind the samovar came along, trailing a bedraggled tail of dirty flounces, and dragging with her a chair, which she set against the door, and sitting down on it, crossed her legs. The young man thanked her effusively, and rejoined a group carrying on an animated discussion in low tones. Razumov lost himself for a moment. A squeaky voice screamed, "Confession or no confession, you are a police spy." The revolutionist Nikita had pushed his way in front of Razumov, and faced him with his big, livid cheeks, his heavy paunch, bull neck, and enormous hands. Razumov looked at the famous slayer of gendarmes in silent disgust. "And what are you?" he said, very low, then shut his eyes and rested the back of his head against the wall. "It would be better for you to depart now." Razumov heard a mild, sad voice and opened his eyes. The gentle speaker was an elderly man, with a great brush of fine hair making a silvery halo all round his keen, intelligent face. "Peter Ivanovitch shall be informed of your confession, and you shall be directed." Then, turning to Nikita, nicknamed Necator, standing by, he appealed to him in a murmur. "What else can we do? After this piece of sincerity he cannot be dangerous any longer." The other muttered. "Better make sure of that before we let him go. Leave that to me. I know how to deal with such gentlemen." He exchanged meaning glances with two or three men, who nodded slightly, then turning roughly to Razumov, "You have heard? You are not wanted here. Why don't you get out?" The Laspara girl on guard rose and pulled the chair out of the way unemotionally. She gave a sleepy stare to Razumov, who started, looked round the room, and passed slowly by her, as if struck by some sudden thought. "I beg you to observe," he said, already on the landing, "that I had only to hold my tongue. To day, of all days since I came amongst you, I was made safe, and to day I made myself free from falsehood, from remorse, independent of every single human being on this earth." He turned his back on the room and walked towards the stairs, but at the violent crash of the door behind him he looked over his shoulder and saw that Nikita, with three others, had followed him out. "They are going to kill me after all," he thought. Before he had time to turn round and confront them fairly, they set on him with a rush. He was driven headlong against the wall. "I wonder how," he completed his thought. Nikita cried with a shrill laugh right in his face, "We shall make you harmless. You wait a bit." Razumov did not struggle. The three men held him pinned against the wall, while Nikita, taking up a position a little on one side, deliberately swung off his enormous arm. Razumov, looking for a knife in his hand, saw it come at him open, unarmed, and received a tremendous blow on the side of his head, over his ear. At the same time he heard a faint, dull, detonating sound, as if some one had fired a pistol on the other side of the wall. A raging fury awoke in him at this outrage. The people in Laspara's rooms, holding their breath, listened to the desperate scuffling of four men all over the landing. Thuds against the walls, a terrible crash against the very door. Then all of them went down together with a violence which seemed to shake the whole house. Razumov, overpowered, breathless, crushed under the weight of his assailants, saw the monstrous Nikita squatting on his heels near his head, while the others held him down, kneeling on his chest, gripping his throat, lying across his legs. "Turn his face the other way," the paunchy terrorist directed, in an excited, gleeful squeak. Razumov could struggle no longer. He was exhausted. He had to watch passively the heavy, open hand of the brute descend again in a degrading blow over his other ear. It seemed to split his head in two. And all at once the men holding him became perfectly silent, soundless as shadows. In silence they pulled him brutally to his feet, rushed with him noiselessly down the staircase, and, opening the door, flung him out into the street. He fell forward, and at once rolled over and over helplessly, going down the short slope together with the rush of running rain water. He came to rest in the roadway of the street at the bottom, lying on his back with a great flash of lightning over his face, a vivid, silent flash of lightning which blinded him utterly. He picked himself up and put his arm over his eyes to recover his sight. Not a sound reached him from anywhere, and he began to walk, staggering, down a long empty street. The lightning waved and darted round him its silent flames. The water of the deluge fell, ran, leaped, drove, noiseless like the drift of mist. In this unearthly stillness his footsteps fell silent on the pavement, while a dumb wind drove him on, like a lost mortal in a phantom world ravaged by a soundless thunderstorm. God only knows where his noiseless feet took him to that night, here and there and back again without pause or rest. Of one place at least where they did lead him we heard afterwards, and, in the morning, the driver of the first South Shore tramcar, clanging his bell desperately, saw a bedraggled soaked man without a hat, and walking in the roadway unsteadily with his head down, step right in front of his car and go under. When they picked him up, with two broken limbs and a crushed side, Razumov had not lost consciousness. It was as though he had tumbled smashing himself into a world of mutes. Silent men, moving unheard, lifted him up, laid him on the sidewalk, gesticulating and grimacing round him their alarm, horror, and compassion. A red face with moustaches stooped close over him, lips moving, eyes rolling. Razumov tried hard to understand the reason of this dumb show. To those who stood around him the features of that stranger, so grievously hurt, seemed composed in meditation. Afterwards his eyes sent out at them a look of fear and closed slowly. They stared at him. Razumov made an effort to remember some French words. "Je suis sourd," he had time to utter feebly before he fainted. "He is deaf," they exclaimed to each other. "That's why he did not hear the car." They carried him off in that same car. Before it started on its journey, a woman in a shabby black dress, who had run out of the iron gate of some private grounds up the road, clambered on to the rear platform and would not be put off. "I am a relation," she insisted in bad French. "This young man is a Russian, and I am his relation." On this plea they let her have her way. She sat down calmly and took his head on her lap. Her scared, faded eyes avoided looking at his deathlike face. At the corner of a street, on the other side of the town, a stretcher met the car. She followed it to the door of the hospital, where they let her come in and see him laid on a bed. Razumov's new found relation never shed a tear, but the officials had some difficulty in inducing her to go away. The porter observed her lingering on the opposite pavement for a long time. Suddenly, as though she had remembered something, she ran off. The ardent hater of all finance ministers, the slave of Madame de S , had made up her mind to offer her resignation as lady companion to the Egeria of Peter Ivanovitch. She had found work to do after her own heart. But hours before, while the thunderstorm still raged in the night, there had been in the rooms of Julius Laspara a great sensation. The terrible Nikita, coming in from the landing, uplifted his squeaky voice in horrible glee before all the company. "Razumov, Mr. Razumov, the wonderful Razumov. He shall never be any use as a spy on any one. He won't talk, because he will never hear anything in his life. Not a thing. I have burst the drums of his ears for him. Oh, you may trust me. I know the trick. Ha ha ha! I know the trick." End of Part 4, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 5 of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Chapter 5. It was nearly a fortnight after her mother's funeral that I saw Natalia Haldin for the last time. In those silent, sombre days the doors of the appartement on the Boulevard des Philosophes were closed to every one but myself. I believe I was of some use, if only in this, that I alone was aware of the incredible part of the situation. Miss Haldin nursed her mother alone to the last moment. If Razumov's visit had anything to do with Mrs. Haldin's end, and I cannot help thinking that it hastened it considerably, It is because the man, trusted impulsively by the ill-fated Victor Haldin, had failed to gain the confidence of Victor Haldin's mother. What tale precisely he told her cannot be known. At any rate, I do not know it. But to me she seemed to die from the shock of an ultimate disappointment borne in silence. She had not believed him. Perhaps she could not longer believe any one, and consequently had nothing to say to any one, not even to her daughter. I suspect that Miss Haldin lived the heaviest hours of her life by that silent deathbed. I confess I was angry with the broken‐hearted old woman, passing away in the obstinacy of her mute distrust of her daughter. When it was all over I stood aside. Miss Haldin had her compatriots round her then. A great number of them attended the funeral. I was there too, but afterwards managed to keep away from Miss Haldin till I received a short note rewarding my self‐denial. It is as you would have it. I am going back to Russia at once. My mind is made up. Come and see me. Verily it was a reward of discretion. I went without delay to receive it. The appartement of the Boulevard des Philosophes presented the dreary signs of impending abandonment. It looked desolate and as if already empty to my eyes. Standing, we exchanged a few words about her health, mine, remarks as to some people of the Russian colony, and then Natalia Haldin, establishing me on the sofa, began to talk openly of her future work, of her plans. It was all to be as I had wished it, and it was to be for life. We should never see each other again, never. I gathered this success to my breast. Natalia Haldin looked matured by her open and secret experiences. With her arms folded she walked up and down the whole length of the room, talking slowly, smooth‐browed, with a resolute profile. She gave me a new view of herself, and I marvelled at that something grave and measured in her voice, in her movements, in her manner. It was the perfection of collected independence. The strength of her nature had come to surface because the obscure depths had been stirred. "We two can talk of it now," she observed, after a silence, and stopping short before me. "Have you been to inquire at the hospital lately?" "Yes, I have." And as she looked at me fixedly, "He will live, the doctors say. But I thought that Tekla—" "Tekla has not been near me for several days," explained Miss Haldin quickly. "As I never offered to go to the hospital with her, she thinks that I have no heart. She is disillusioned about me." And Miss Haldin smiled faintly. "Yes. She sits with him as long and as often as they will let her," I said. "She says she must never abandon him, never as long as she lives. He'll need somebody, a hopeless cripple, and stone deaf with that." "Stone deaf? I didn't know," murmured Natalia Haldin. "He is. It seems strange. I am told there were no apparent injuries to the head. They say, too, that it is not very likely that he will live so very long for Tekla to take care of him." Miss Haldin shook her head. "While there are travellers ready to fall by the way, our Tekla shall never be idle. She is a good Samaritan by an irresistible vocation. The revolutionists didn't understand her. Fancy a devoted creature like that being employed to carry about documents sewn in her dress, or made to write from dictation. There is not much perspicacity in the world." No sooner uttered, I regretted that observation. Natalia Haldin, looking me straight in the face, assented by a slight movement of her head. She was not offended, but turning away began to pace the room again. To my Western eyes she seemed to be getting farther and farther from me, quite beyond my reach now, but undiminished in the increasing distance. I remained silent, as though it were hopeless to raise my voice. The sound of hers so close to me made me start a little. Tekla saw him picked up after the accident. The good soul never explained to me really how it came about. She affirms that there was some understanding between them, some sort of compact, that in any sore need, in misfortune or difficulty or pain, he was to come to her. "Was there?" I said. "It is lucky for him that there was, then. He'll need all the devotion of the Good Samaritan." It was a fact that Tekla, looking out of her window at 5 in the morning for some reason or other, had beheld Razumov in the grounds of the Chateau Borel, standing stock still, bareheaded in the rain, at the foot of the terrace. She had screamed out to him by name, to know what was the matter. He never even raised his head. By the time she had dressed herself sufficiently to run downstairs, he was gone. She started in pursuit, and rushing out into the road came almost directly upon the arrested tramcar and the small knot of people picking up Razumov. That much Tekla had told me herself one afternoon we happened to meet at the door of the hospital, and without any kind of comment. But I did not want to meditate very long on the inwardness of this peculiar episode. "Yes, Natalia Victorovna, he shall need somebody when they dismiss him, on crutches and stone deaf from the hospital. But I do not think that when he rushed like an escaped madman into the grounds of the Chateau Borel it was to seek the help of that good Tekla." "No," said Natalia, stopping short before me. "Perhaps not." She sat down and leaned her head on her hand thoughtfully. The silence lasted for several minutes. During that time I remembered the evening of his atrocious confession. The plaint she seemed to have hardly enough left in her to utter, "It is impossible to be more unhappy." The recollection would have given me a shudder if I had not been lost in wonder at her force and her tranquillity. There was no longer any Natalia Haldin, because she had completely ceased to think of herself. It was a great victory, a characteristically Russian exploit in self suppression. She recalled me to myself by getting up suddenly like a person who has come to a decision. She walked to the writing table, now stripped of all the small objects associated with her by daily use, a mere piece of dead furniture. But it contained something living still, since she took from a recess a flat parcel which she brought to me. "It's a book," she said rather abruptly. "It was sent to me wrapped up in my veil. I told you nothing at the time, but now I've decided to leave it with you. I have the right to do that. It was sent to me. It is mine. You may preserve it or destroy it after you have read it. And while you read it, please remember that I was defenceless, and that he—" "Defenceless?" I repeated, surprised, looking hard at her. "You'll find the very word written there," she whispered. "Well, it's true. I was defenceless, but perhaps you were able to see that for yourself." Her face coloured, then went deadly pale. "In justice to the man, I want you to remember that I was. Oh, I was, I was." I rose a little shakily. "I am not likely to forget anything you say at this our last parting." Her hand fell into mine. "It's difficult to believe that it must be good bye with us." She returned my pressure, and our hands separated. "Yes, I am leaving here to morrow. My eyes are open at last, and my hands are free now. As for the rest, which of us can fail to hear the stifled cry of our great distress? It may be nothing to the world." "The world is more conscious of your discordant voices," I said. "It is the way of the world." "Yes." She bowed her head in assent and hesitated for a moment. "I must own to you that I shall never give up looking forward to the day when all discord shall be silenced. Try to imagine its dawn. The tempest of blows and of execrations is over, all is still, the new sun is rising. And the weary men united at last, taking count in their conscience of the ended contest, feel saddened by their victory, because so many ideas have perished for the triumph of one, so many beliefs have abandoned them without support. They feel alone on the earth, and gather close together. Yes, there must be many bitter hours, but at last the anguish of heart shall be extinguished in love." And on this last word of her wisdom, a word so sweet, so bitter, so cruel sometimes, I said good bye to Natalia Haldin. It is hard to think I shall never look any more into the trustful eyes of that girl, wedded to an invincible belief in the advent of loving concord springing like a heavenly flower from the soil of men's earth, soaked in blood, torn by struggles, watered with tears. It must be understood that at that time I didn't know anything of Mr. Razumov's confession to the assembled revolutionists. Natalia Haldin might have guessed what was the one thing more which remained for him to do, but this my Western eyes had failed to see. Tekla, the ex lady companion of Madame de S , haunted his bedside at the hospital. We met once or twice at the door of that establishment, but on these occasions she was not communicative. She gave me news of Mr. Razumov as concisely as possible. He was making a slow recovery, but would remain a hopeless cripple all his life. Personally I never went near him. I never saw him again after the awful evening when I stood by, a watchful but ignored spectator of his scene with Miss Haldin. He was in due course discharged from the hospital, and his relatives, so I was told, had carried him off somewhere. My information was completed nearly 2 years later. The opportunity certainly was not of my seeking. It was quite accidentally that I met a much trusted woman revolutionist at the house of a distinguished Russian gentleman of liberal convictions, who came to live in Geneva for a time. He was a quite different sort of celebrity from Peter Ivanovitch, a dark-haired man with kind eyes, high-shouldered, courteous, and with something hushed and circumspect in his manner. He approached me, choosing the moment when there was no one near, followed by a grey-haired, alert lady in a crimson blouse. "Our Sophia Antonovna wishes to be made known to you," he addressed me, in his guarded voice, "and so I leave you two to have a talk together." "I would never have intruded myself upon your notice," the grey haired lady began at once, "if I had not been charged with a message for you." It was a message of a few friendly words from Natalia Haldin. Sophia Antonovna had just returned from a secret excursion into Russia, and had seen Miss Haldin. She lived in a town in the centre, sharing her compassionate labours between the horrors of overcrowded jails and the heartrending misery of bereaved homes. She did not spare herself in good service. Sophia Antonovna assured me. She has a faithful soul, an undaunted spirit, and an indefatigable body. The woman revolutionist summed it all up, with a touch of enthusiasm. A conversation thus engaged was not likely to drop from want of interest on my side. We went to sit apart in a corner where no one interrupted us. In the course of our talk about Miss Haldin, Sophia Antonovna remarked suddenly "I suppose you remember seeing me before? That evening when Natalia came to ask Peter Ivanovitch for the address of a certain Razumov, that young man who...." "I remember perfectly," I said. When Sophia Antonovna learned that I had in my possession that young man's journal given me by Miss Haldin, she became intensely interested. She did not conceal her curiosity to see the document. I offered to show it to her, and she at once volunteered to call on me next day for that purpose. She turned over the pages greedily for an hour or more, and then handed me the book with a faint sigh. While moving about Russia she had seen Razumov too. He lived, not in the centre, but in the south. She described to me a little two-roomed wooden house in the suburb of some very small town, hiding within the high plank fence of a yard overgrown with nettles. He was crippled, ill, getting weaker every day, and Tekla the Samaritan tended him unweariedly, with the pure joy of unselfish devotion. There was nothing in that task to become disillusioned about. I did not hide from Sophia Antonovna my surprise that she should have visited Mr. Razumov. I did not even understand the motive. But she informed me that she was not the only one. "Some of us always go to see him when passing through. He is intelligent. He has ideas. He talks well too." Presently I heard for the first time of Razumov's public confession in Laspara's house. Sophia Antonovna gave me a detailed relation of what had occurred there. Razumov himself had told her all about it, most minutely. Then, looking hard at me with her brilliant black eyes, "There are evil moments in every life. A false suggestion enters one's brain, and then fear is born. Fear of oneself, fear for oneself. Or else a false courage, who knows? Well, call it what you like, but tell me how many of them would deliver themselves up deliberately to perdition, as he himself says in that book, rather than go on living secretly debased in their own eyes? How many? And please mark this, he was safe when he did it. It was just when he believed himself safe and more, infinitely more, when the possibility of being loved by that admirable girl first dawned upon him, that he discovered that his bitterest railings, the worst wickedness, the devil work of his hate and pride, could never cover up the ignominy of the existence before him. There's character in such a discovery. I accepted her conclusion in silence. Who would care to question the grounds of forgiveness or compassion? However, it appeared later on that there was some compunction, too, in the charity extended by the revolutionary world to Razumov the betrayer. Sophia Antonovna continued uneasily, "And then, you know, he was the victim of an outrage. It was not authorized. Nothing was decided as to what was to be done with him. He had confessed voluntarily. And that Nikita, who burst the drums of his ears purposely, out on the landing, you know, as if carried away by indignation, well, he has turned out to be a scoundrel of the worst kind, a traitor himself, a betrayer, a spy. Razumov told me he had charged him with it by a sort of inspiration." "I had a glimpse of that brute," I said. "How any of you could have been deceived for half a day passes my comprehension." She interrupted me. "There, there, don't talk of it. The first time I saw him I too was appalled. They cried me down. We were always telling each other, 'Oh, you mustn't mind his appearance.' And then he was always ready to kill, there was no doubt of it. "He killed, yes, in both camps, the fiend." Then Sophia Antonovna, after mastering the angry trembling of her lips, told me a very queer tale. It went that Councillor Mikulin, travelling in Germany, shortly after Razumov's disappearance from Geneva, happened to meet Peter Ivanovitch in a railway carriage. Being alone in the compartment, these two talked together half the night, and it was then that Mikulin the police chief gave a hint to the arch revolutionist as to the true character of the arch slayer of gendarmes. It looks as though Mikulin had wanted to get rid of that particular agent of his own. He might have grown tired of him or frightened of him. It must also be said that Mikulin had inherited the sinister Nikita from his predecessor in office. And this story, too, I received without comment in my character of a mute witness of things Russian, unrolling their Eastern logic under my Western eyes. But I permitted myself a question. "Tell me, please, Sophia Antonovna, did Madame de S leave all her fortune to Peter Ivanovitch?" "Not a bit of it." The woman revolutionist shrugged her shoulders in disgust. "She died without making a will. A lot of nephews and nieces came down from St. Petersburg like a flock of vultures and fought for her money amongst themselves. All beastly Kammerherrs and maids of honour, abominable court flunkeys. Pfui!" "One does not hear much of Peter Ivanovitch now," I remarked after a pause. "Peter Ivanovitch," said Sophia Antonovna gravely, "has united himself to a peasant girl." I was truly astonished. "What? On the Riviera?" "What nonsense! Of course not." Sophia Antonovna's tone was slightly tart. "Is he then living actually in Russia? It's a tremendous risk, isn't it?" I cried. "And all for the sake of a peasant girl. Don't you think it's very wrong of him?" Sophia Antonovna preserved a mysterious silence for a while, then made a statement. "He just simply adores her." "Does he? Well, then, I hope that she won't hesitate to beat him." Sophia Antonovna got up and wished me good bye as though she had not heard a word of my impious hope. But in the very doorway where I attended her she turned round for an instant and declared in a firm voice, "Peter Ivanovitch is an inspired man." End of Part 4, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of Under Western Eyes by Joseph Conrad.